Welcome back, ow, to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. I just punched my books. But I cannot sleep. I haven't slept all night. Are you surprised? No, you're not. So I still can't sleep, so we're gonna do this little early morning live before I head to bed. But you don't need to know that I need sleep. For all you guys need to know, it's a good morning situation. Good morning, hey, hi, hello. I don't really know if any of my audience is awake at this time, so today is very experimental. So please grab a snack, please grab a drink. I'm here to share with you guys just where my spiritual practice is after 20 years. If you're new here, hey, hi, hello, my name's Azura Dragonfeather. I've been practicing witchcraft for 20 years now, and well, most of it's been a conscious practice, some of it has been an unconscious practice, but my practice has changed so much throughout the years, and like there's just so many different things that have like happened right over the years that have just like forced me to change a little bit, that have like, you know, things that I've learned that have made me shift my perspective, things that have just like, you know, made me want to explore new things. And yeah, so I'm here to kind of like just share with you guys an update on what my spiritual practice looks like right now. Hey Dragon Pharaohs! Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Yay, morning stream! Yeah, I know I'm like never on lives at this time because I am very asleep. My boyfriend is asleep right now, so chemicals and conversation. Howdy! Hey, hi, hello, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. But yeah, my boyfriend is asleep. I should have gone to sleep a long time ago, but I didn't. I haven't been able to sleep, so this is kind of like my stream before I go to bed. I'm hanging out with this blue kyanite right now. It's like a really good piece, and like I'm just like tapping on it and stuff. So yeah, if you guys have questions about like my spiritual practice after 20 years, I would be more than happy to answer your questions. But basically, I was just gonna kind of like chit chat about like my spiritual practices today and just kind of like hang out with you guys because like my craft is so different and it's like constantly changing. The only thing that's really consistent in my practice is the dragons, of course. You know, we're draconic witches over here. But I think it's really important for people to realize that your practice is allowed to change throughout your craft, you know, like, and when you feel like you're falling off the path, like you're allowed to have moments in your spiritual practice where you like quote unquote don't practice. Like that doesn't mean that you're like not a witch anymore all of a sudden, or that doesn't mean like you're all of a sudden like not a spiritual person or whatever. Like life is life, and like so many things in today's day and age are constantly fighting for our attention and constantly fighting for our energy and constantly fighting for just our actions, that sometimes it can be so easy to forget about our spiritual practices. But for me in my craft, the only thing that has truly kept me on my path and really resonating with my craft throughout the years has been my deep-rooted knowing that we live in a world of possibilities. Good morning, Rebel Child Witchery. Good to see you. I'm coming on 14 years of practicing witchcraft. Yeah, dude, that's insane, Dragonfae. And I know that, you know, after that much time, like in your practice, like, you know, while I do feel like I've reached this certain level in my craft after practicing witchcraft for so long, where it's like, yes, like I like consider myself an advanced practitioner, right? But the more and more that I learn, the more that I feel like I know nothing. And I guess there's a little bit of like an imposter syndrome too, because like I don't have like elders that I work with, you know, like I didn't learn my craft from my family, like I didn't learn my craft from my community, I didn't learn it from anything like that. Like it was something that I learned from books that I wasn't supposed to read and YouTube videos that I shouldn't have been watching as a child, and movies and like books and media and all that I consumed as a kid. And you know, one thing that never left me was my love for dragons. And like ever since I was a literal child, like I've just had the most profound obsession with dragons, and I did not know that it was so much more than just like an obsession, right? Like it became like my whole like spiritual practice revolves around working with dragons. And that is something that like I guess I'd never really expected to happen. Christy, buenos dias. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Grand Rising. But essentially, like, I would not be anywhere close to who I am today if I did not keep the faith in my dragons. If I did not choose to believe in something. Like with my practice, like especially in witchcraft, like I chose to believe in magic. Like I was like, you know what? No matter what like happens in my life, like I'm gonna believe magic is real, and I'm going to show that to myself, and I'm gonna prove that to myself, and I'm gonna practice it. And there's so many times where I have been feeling like I'm not able to practice my witchcraft the way that I want to, because like the media would say, oh, like you don't want to cast your spells, like, you know, like do everything in the mundane first, or like, oh, you know, like your witchcraft should be a last resort, or like, you know what, like this is like, you know, you don't want to abuse your witchcraft, like you don't want to like use it all the time. And honestly, fuck all that shit. Like I really felt that way at first with my craft, and like got so in my head about it, like not even feeling like I could practice. But now I do spells every single day, and I practice every single day, and it looks a little bit different every single day, don't get me wrong. There's some practices that I do daily, right, like a daily routine if you will, but like the bottom line is that I think that it is, what's the word, I think it's almost fear mongering to tell people not to cast their spells until they've done everything in the mundane world. It's almost like a control tactic, and it almost feels a little bit like you know when you're in a church and like the preachers of the church tell you that the only way you can connect to God is through the way that the preachers tell you? That's what this is giving. You know what I mean? Like I can believe in magic however I want to. I can explore that however I want to. And I can express that however I want to in my own craft. Like I don't have to have anyone else control that for me. Azura, oh hey, I like your name. Hello, beautiful. Has anyone ever said you look like Lily Allen? Because you so do, OMG. I don't know who that is, Azura, but thank you for joining the live. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. It's kind of awesome we share the same name. Raven Blackwood, hi Azura Dragon Feather. Hey, hi, hello. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Alien Noodle, hi Azura, what's going on? We are chatting about just my craft and how it's changed over the 2 decades that I've been practicing, and just kind of like, you know, going over just very general like spiritual stuff and like witchy stuff for like your practice, because like I think a lot of people get really in their heads about it, and they feel like they can't cast spells unless it's perfect, or like they've done everything in the real world first, or like, you know, they've done all like X, Y, and Z. They've like had to check off their lists before they can like practice witchcraft in the real world. And like, I'm just kind of like here to like break that. I'm trying to shatter that mirror a little bit, because it's like, it's almost giving like we're afraid of your witchcraft, don't use it very often. Like no. Like we want you to use your witchcraft, okay? Like your witchcraft is yours, it's your power, it's your practice, it's something that's entirely for you. And at the end of the day, I've started to realize that when I do my witchcraft like so intuitionally, right, like it's very intuitive based, like I'll just like, you know, randomly like get the urge to like cast a spell, or like get the urge to make like a charm jar, or like get the urge to like, you know, do something like that. And then instead of like getting in my head about it and like thinking about it like, oh well, have I done everything in the real world to help me already, or like, oh well, is this like really warranted, or like, oh like, is my space clean, blah 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 blah, like instead I just kind of like let myself do it. Like I really just like embody myself that way, and it's been such a beautiful experience to me, feeling like I'm one with my human nature, because I think that humans, especially in today's civilized society, if I could say that even, we put a huge emphasis on not behaving like an animal and being like super logical and like very cultured in a way that's like polite, like, you know, like civilized behavior, you know what I mean? And in that process, human beings forget that we're animals too, and we have animal instincts too, and we have animal urges too, and our animal urges just look a little bit different. And for me, like, I guess you could say one of my animal urges is to literally cast spells about like certain things in my life. Like if I am going through something, especially for my mental health, like I have learned over the years that, like, you know what, I sure as hell am gonna cast a spell about my fucked up mental health if I'm having a hard day. Why? Because that's why I have magic in my blood. Okay? Like how am I gonna deny myself that? You know what I mean? And like it's taken me so many years to kind of like get a grasp around, like, no, my magic is my magic. Like I can use it whenever the fuck I want. I can use it however the fuck I want, and no one can tell me otherwise. Like, period. Do you know what I mean? Intuitive magic is great. Hell yeah, it is, Dragon Fae. It's amazing. That's so true. Absolutely, because like what are you do, like how many times have you guys, like your intuition or your spirit team have like given you that initial like hit of wanting to cast a spell or wanting to practice witchcraft or wanting to do part of your like spiritual practice or whatever, but like your overthinking like made you stop, like you overthought it yourself out of it or something, or like almost like discouraged yourself from it, being like, oh, you know what, I like maybe don't need to do that, like maybe I should just like go do X, Y, and Z instead. Like, no, like you have magic for a reason. Don't be afraid to use it. You know, like the only way you're gonna get good at your witchcraft, the only way you're gonna get good at your magic is if you use it and you practice it and you mess up sometimes, you know, because like that's the best teacher. You cannot fail in this life unless you fail at failing. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm so serious, and let me just describe what I'm saying. The only time you fail in this world is when you are afraid to fail, because when you fail, that is when you learn. When you make mistakes, that's when you gain experience, and then you can try again with more knowledge and wisdom. Can spells backfire? Absolutely they can, if you believe they do. Like, but like they absolutely can regardless, especially if you don't really know what you're doing. Like I've talked about on lives before. I have a live called Sharing Stories I Probably Shouldn't, and in that live I shared a couple of spells that like backfired, or I guess kind of had like different outcomes that I wasn't really like expecting to happen, but it's mostly because I didn't really know what I was practicing like at that age. Like I was a little bit younger and like didn't have any guidance and didn't have any like, I was going off of a book in the internet, you know what I mean? And this was like the internet, like not the internet of today. Like I'm talking about the internet when it was like brand spanking new, okay? Like, and so like that's kind of like all that I had to navigate witchcraft. And over my practice and trying to reconnect with my ancestors, relearn my heritage, right? It's been a huge part of my practice to trace my lineage back and just learn about like the countries that I come from. So like, for example, in doing this, I found that there is Irish magic in my bloodline, there is Welsh witchcraft in my bloodline, and there is there's Nordic practices in there's Nordic blood in my bloodline, obviously. And so because like I didn't just like know all of these things out of nowhere. Like I had to, what is it called? I had to like, I really had to walk the path, you know what I mean? And there were many times that I felt lost, but each step of the way has accumulated into the knowledge that I operate from today, right? So, do you want to do business with me in India? Oh my goodness, research. Yes, please do your research. Love your video on connecting to dragons, Rainbow Orchestra. I will definitely talk more about dragons in this live stream too, because that's a huge part of my spiritual practice. And you know, my practice hasn't always been like consciously led by dragons, right? Of course, nowadays it is. I've been working with dragons ever since I can remember as a little girl. I used to play with my imaginary friends. The adults called it my imaginary friends, but they were my dragon guardians, as I've come to know now later in life. But the main thing about dragons, you guys, is like you have to be willing to like do the internal work. Like you have to be willing to change yourself. You have to be willing to transform, to transmute, to transfer. Like you have to be willing to shapeshift. You have to be willing to look at the shadows. You have to be willing to cut the people out of your life who are holding you back. You have to be willing to stop hurting yourself. You have to be willing to stop self-harming. You have to be willing to keep yourself clean, to keep your space clean, to keep your spirit clean. You have to be willing to, you know, decolonize. You have to be willing to protect what is precious. You have to be willing to suck it up in silence sometimes. You have to be willing to have an ego death. You have to be willing to humble yourself. You have to be willing to be wrong. There's so many different things that it comes to working with dragons, right? But in my practice along the way, like, I simply could not have the life that I do if I have not worked with dragons the way that I have. Like, I simply could not have ever made it to the life that I have now, you know? And it's because I follow the direction of my dragon guardians, and it hasn't always been this way. Like, before I identified as a draconic witch, I identified as a Wiccan. And then I, you know, dabbled in Christian Wicca for a little bit, and I did, you know, some other things as well in my practice. But at the end of the day, like, the dragons want you to be a freaking activist. Okay, that's the truth. The dragons want you to be radical. The dragons want you to study everything you can. You know, there's dragons everywhere in mythologies all around the world, and there's so much to learn that I'll never know it all. Please stop spamming the chat, my friend. Like, my practice with dragons and my spiritual practice is my own, and I don't really follow books anymore. I write the books now. Like, I don't really follow the tutorials. I create the tutorials. Like, I don't listen to the guidance of the creators on dragons. Like, I am the creator on dragons for myself anyway. You know, like, for other things I like follow other creators, but like when it comes to dragons in my practice, like, I've reached this particular balance with them, I would say, because I have worked with them for so long, and I have continually put my faith in them, and I have continually kept that practice with them. And even when I have fallen off the path with them for sometimes years at a time, or like haven't had a practice, like, for example, I did not practice anything from 2020 to about 2022 because of just losing all my family members and loved ones to either COVID or cancer or just other health issues. There was just, you know, the pandemic. Like, I wasn't able to see my boyfriend because of lockdown. My boyfriend is Canadian, for those of you guys who don't know. Now we live together. It's such a blessing. But those were some of the hardest years of my adult life, I should say. And dragons were the ones. Dragons were the ones that got me with it. My dragon guardians really tell me that I don't need to worry about what anyone else says about my practice, because I get a lot of hate on this channel. As you guys know, you guys see it all the time. I get a lot of people, not only online, but in my career and in my personal life, that belittle me or fear me or ostracize me because I love dragons the way that I do and I work with them the way that I do. But now at this point in my life, my dragon guardians are telling me it is time to, you know, return to, like, I guess you could say, the public eye, and not be afraid to share anymore. Like, there's nothing to be afraid to share about my dragons anymore. And I just am really excited to just talk about it, you know? Like, my spiritual practice has been extremely dark and grueling, and, you know, it has been filled with more I guess nights of crying than you would say miracle moments. But that is what the real truth of a spiritual practice is. And the ones who've been practicing for 10, 20, 30 plus years will know and will tell you that their spiritual practice hasn't been a walk in the park. It has been the medicine that they needed for their lives in order to stay sane in an insane world. It has been the map that they use to guide themselves in the darkness. It has been the only light flickering filled with hope that has provided them ground in which to stand on in a world that threatens to crumble from beneath us. You know? But yeah, with your Welsh ancestry, a good book might be Welsh with Witchcraft by Maura Sterling. Yeah, I love her. There are some beautiful rituals as well as a lot of Welsh folklore and mythology. Yeah, Luke Bex, I adore her. She's so sweet. Inner work is the hardest, even harder than the external, especially as a spoonie and neurodivergent witch. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Dragonfate Rose. Also just realized we have the same name. That's so cool. Hell yeah, Zura. Dude, you're the like one of the only people I've met with the name of Zura. Like it's such a rare name, especially in my country. And it's so funny because like I gave myself that name as like a magical name, right? Like Zura's not my given name. But like whenever I meet people, especially people who are from the Middle East, they'll like think that I am too. Like they'll be like, are you from Armenia? Or like, are you Armenian? Like, no, I'm not. Like, or they'll be like, where are you from? And I'm like, ah. And they're like, where did your mom pick your name from? And I'm like, it's not my real name. You know, each person's practice is meant to be very personalized to them. Yeah, absolutely. Do you think there are Mormon witches? Of course, Alien Noodle. I think that there's really kind of like humans are so incredibly diverse that like anything you can think of, there's probably one of us that exists for it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, just like keep your mind open, you know? Like there's so many possibilities in this world. Like here, let me speaking of possibilities, let me just show you some crystals. This is bismuth. This is a piece that I got pretty recently actually, but I just fell in love with the like shine on it. And like, hold on, let me show you. Like, look, it looks like hearts. Like, doesn't this look like hearts? Like this, hold on. Let me focus it. Like this looks like a heart to me. That looks like a heart to me. I don't know, I love it. It's so cute. I can't get enough of it. I know this is like not the best, like the front camera sucks. The front camera sucks for, what's it called? Showing off crystals, but I'm just showing you guys some of the ones that I have by my bedside. This is a piece of raw blue lace agate. I love this piece. It's so stunning. This is like really like listen to this. Excuse me? Like it sounds like glass. Like it's crazy, right? Like anyway, I should totally make crystal ASMR video. I'm realizing that that should have been the live stream for today. Maybe when I do another nighttime stream, it can be an ASMR situation because that sounds like a sleep time thing. But yeah, this piece of blue lace agate is like super beautiful. I have another piece of raw blue lace agate, but I love blue lace for my anxiety. It's one of my favorite crystals for my anxiety, for my overthinking, and when I am afraid to speak my truth, I love keeping blue lace agate with me because it helps me to speak my truth and to speak my needs, communicate my needs, and to what's the word, share my experiences in a calm way that's clear and concise, that's easy to listen to, soothing to listen to, right? When I speak those things into existence, soothing to listen to, and like almost like cooling. It's like a very, when I deliver hot messages, or hard to talk about things, I keep blue lace agate on me because it literally helps me deliver the message in a very cool way. Like it's like an ice pack for the heat, for the burn. You know, very soothing sound. Yeah, I know, right? I love this sound. It's so, I could just probably tap this thing the whole time. Like this stream is already turning into crystal ASMR, but I also have this one. You might have actually recognized this one, but this is like, it's called Cobalt Aura Amethyst. it also has like that kind of like thing, right? Hi, culture fanatics. Hope you're doing well. We're just kind of hanging out. But yeah, dude, like I have always, the crystals have always been a fundamental in my craft and my practice. Before, for those of you guys who don't know, I was born in Colorado and I moved to California when I was about 5 after my parents divorced. And I still have crystals. Actually, here, hold on. Do I have the pillow with me? I do. So I still have crystals with me in my life from my childhood. This little amethyst piece right here was the first amethyst crystal I ever got when I was a literal child. And it has like remained with me my whole life. And it came from one of those like, what's it called? It was like, you know, when you went to those like amusement parks and they had those like big like wooden boxes full of like the tumbled crystals and you could like fill a bag for like $3.99 or some shit. Yeah, that's what that's where I got some of my first crystals, and this is one of my first crystals. Rock tumbler. Yeah. And this, because this like amethyst is so special to me and has been with me my whole life, I keep it in my little like dream pillow. I have, it's like supposed to have a picture in it. I used to have a picture of my family and my cat and my like one of my ex-boyfriends a long time ago, but then I got like the idea in my witchy practice when I was around 13 years old to keep crystals in this for sleeping, and I love that shit. So what's the benefit of having a blue sapphire and amethyst? I'm not really familiar with the properties of blue sapphire, but I will say one thing that my boyfriend says that he resonates with when it comes to amethyst, just a personal correspondence for him, I guess, that I really resonate with. He says that amethyst is the stone of life. That's just what his intuition picks up on. My boyfriend is very much an intuitional person. Like, he's not like, he doesn't like practice witchcraft, but he like really resonates with like crystals and like energy. He's very intuitive, and he's like very gifted in like his psychic abilities, I guess you could say. But when it comes to crystals and stuff, like, it's a really interesting to have him like just give him stones and like ask him like what he thinks they like their properties are, and like amethyst is the stone of life. So I gotta learn more about blue sapphire though. Are you a doctor? What kind of doctor? Are you looking for a witch doctor? I could be a witch doctor. I'm super into astrology, and an astrologer suggested me to have hazanite and amethyst. Huh? What's hazanite? How have I never heard of that? I'm not sure. I do have this really cool piece of fluorite though, if you guys are interested to see it. This one actually glows in black light. I wish I had black light for you guys to show you guys, but unfortunately do not have a little black light flashlight on me. But I will say, like, for me, like, it doesn't matter if it's been like, you know, like, what's it called, that crystal, like, you know, just a little tumbled piece of amethyst that I've had for like my whole life, or like a literal stone that I found. Like, look, doesn't this look like a heart? Like, I found this one time like walking, you know, so like just walking one day, I picked it up and I was like, wow, like, I love this. Like, this is such a beautiful stone. Like, and it doesn't even matter that it's not like a crystal. Like, this is still incredibly important to me, right? Like, is it green emerald? No, it's green fluorite. The other one was green fluorite. But like, you don't even have to have like all of these pretty like sparkly crystals. Like, you can literally go outside and pick up a rock that resonates with you and like charge your intentions into it. Do you know what I mean? Why do you collect stones and other stuff? Oh, so like the crystals are part of my spiritual practice. I will meditate with crystals. I will use crystals to do just about anything you can think of in my practice, be it protection, cleansing, charging, attracting, prosperity, anything. I consider crystals conscious beings. I know that might be a hot take, but I work with the consciousness of crystals in my practice and always really have. That's been a huge part of my practice. Ever since I was a little girl, that's honestly probably how I really like first started experimenting with witchcraft, is like, I've always loved my crystals, right? Obsessed. because like as soon as I got them when I was like a little baby, like literal, like an actual like 2 to 3 year old child got these things, and like I fell in love. They're just beautiful, loved them, and ever since then I became obsessed with rocks. Ever since like I got my first one when I was like I think 2 or 3, like actually, and the rest is history. And now I work with them in my daily practice as much as I can, and some of them I even give them names. Like some of them have been in my life for so long, and I'm always getting new ones. Like I'm always trying to you know, bring new ones into my life. And then if some that I already have, sometimes the crystals that I have just stop resonating with me, so then I'll give them away, or I'll sell them, or I'll you know, gift them, or like sometimes I'll just give them to give like the ones that don't resonate with me to like my boyfriend, because like he loves crystals too, you know what I mean? My mom always collects heart-shaped stones. That's such a cute thing to do. Oh, I love this crystal so much. I also have this one. This one actually has a really special story. So I'll tell you the story behind this one. This is actually just a piece of glass, just so we know. But the reason why this is so special to me is because when I was a little girl, I went to the Renaissance fairs a lot when I was little, but this time when I went to the Renaissance fair, I want to say I was like actually 5 years old when I went to the Renaissance fair. And there was this beautiful black man, like dressed in all red, and he had like these crazy like fiery dragon eye like contacts, and he had like horns, and he had these like dragon wings, and he had like just the coolest aura about him. And I was enamored by this man, okay, when I was a child, and I ran right up to him, okay, like I was a little child. I ran right up to this man, and I was like, wow, like he looked so cool. And I was just, and he was like, hello little one, well, nice to meet you. He's just very beautiful. Like I can't even explain like how just enchanted this man was. This man enchanted my little brain, okay? And so I go up to him, and I basically was just like, hi, my name is, like, my real name, you know, like I was like just like what's your name, you know, whatever. And then after the end of our interaction, after my parents caught up with us, he like bends down to me, and he's like, hold out your hand. And so I hold up my tiny little hand, and he like puts his hand like this in mine, and then he like moves it away, and there's this little red heart in my hand, and he says, this is a crystallized dragon tear. Put it under your pillow to have dreams of the red dragon, and she will always know where to find you. Like Renaissance fair man coming in clutch. I wish I remember his name, but I still have this, and I will never forget that man, because at a very, very young age, he just really confirmed for me that like dragons were so real, and I wasn't crazy to believe in them. I just wasn't. You do witchcraft? Yes, I do. Which crystal can break anxiety? There's many crystals that can, but I definitely would recommend blue lace agate for anxiety. I would also recommend amethyst for anxiety. That's what this one looks like. Here's some amethyst. I just showed some other amethyst too. Let's see. Another good stone for anxiety, oddly enough, would be hematite. Really good grounding stone. This is some raw hematite. We have some more raw hematite too, just some alternate kinds if you want some examples. But those are the ones that are coming to mind for anxiety off the top of my head. I like the idea of putting a crystal in a pillow for sleeping. Yeah, I love it. All right, is there a love you, but I have to go do my workout. Bye, have fun, alien noodle. Glad to catch you. That's so wholesome. Our part of the charmed ones, like, oh, you mean the guy who like gave me the thing? Oh, my mom also used to put crystals under her pillow. Samia, really? I love sleeping with crystals under my pillow. Like, I actually used to not do it. Like, I mean, I did it that one time with the like red heart like glass thing that I showed you, like the guy told me about, like that it was like a dragon tear and I needed to sleep with it or whatever. but like my boyfriend like really sleeps with crystals under his pillow. Like what? Like I was kind of blown away, like that he was just like so, he just like, I would go see, just randomly find like rocks in the bed. Like I was like, Adil, why there's so many rocks in the bed? And it's because like he just like sleeps with the ones he resonates with. I don't know. How big do one need? Oh, just, you don't really need a certain size. You just need one that like resonates with you, right? Like for example, like this is a really tiny piece of calcite, but like I love this tiny piece of calcite, and if I want to rock out with some green calcite, I'm gonna pick this one up because like that's why I like it. It might be small, but it still hits hard. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, so that's what I was just trying to say. Like, the whole crystal thing has always been like the cornerstone of my practice, mostly because it's kind of been like the gateway into my practice, if that makes sense. Like, I did not know, I really didn't know, like, what's the word? I really didn't know, like I said, much about magic or anything like that being real, because like I do not come up from a family of like witches. Like, I mean, I do, but like I'm a couple generations removed from the witchcraft in my family. And then, you know, like no community, like no elders, you know what I mean? So I really was kind of like doing this whole thing like blind, like flying blind by myself a little bit. And because of that, I've made some mistakes along the way, and I've questioned myself, and I've, you know, like I've culturally appropriated in the past. Like I'm not afraid to admit that. Like I'm really sorry. like but like I just try to be like as open about that, and like how like you can make mistakes on your path. Like I want you to not be afraid to make mistakes on your path and your practice, because that's how you're gonna learn. Like the more, like the quicker you make mistakes and the more mistakes you make, like that's the actual shortcut to becoming a master. Like the master has failed more times than the student has even tried. Like, and that's what makes you different, right? Like that's why when you really truly want something in this life, it doesn't matter if it's a spiritual practice, it doesn't matter if it's a career, it doesn't matter if it's like, you know, like a lifestyle, right? At the end of the day, if you want something, like you have to birth it into your life. Like you have to do the work to create it. Like you have to do the work to maintain it. You have to do the work to practice it. Like you have to stay in practice. Like for example, I haven't practiced my saxophone in a while, and like I'm probably not as good as I could be, right? But it's like if I start practicing again, then I'll have like the muscle memory, and then I'll get really good really quickly because I've already done the work. But if you've never done the work before to build up your practice, you're gonna have to go through those growing pains. You're gonna have to, like, if you've never played the saxophone before, like, you're gonna have to go through the growing pains of developing the muscles in your face in order to, like, play it properly. Like, you're gonna have to learn the fingerings and how to, like, switch from there, and, like, how to, like, put the reed on properly. Like, and if you don't continue those motions over and over and over again, you're not gonna develop that skill. Like repetition is the mother of skill until it becomes automatic, you know? So I got a new dragon plushie and I'm so excited. I love dragon plushies. Let's do a shout out to dragon plushies. This one, I know you can see this one a little bit. See this guy? Come say hello. It's kind of a wyvern actually, but I love the color of this one. The color of this one is so much. It's so pretty. Like, this is like probably my favorite color right now, periwinkle. Periwinkle. How do you think the crystals benefit you? Well, I have scientific precedent for how they benefit me. So crystals, fun fact, crystals are in your phone. The only reason why technology can function is because there's clear quartz crystals inside your phone. Haha, guess you didn't know that. That means that clear quartz crystal is a conductor and a transmitter of energy. And that is why it's in our phones, because it can do that with the electricity. Furthermore, crystals are like, you can measure the frequency, like radiation, or like what's it called, like you can measure the hertz of frequency coming off of them. And so there's just really a lot of like scientific curiosities about that. But from a more like spiritual standpoint, they help me because like I ask them to, and I believe that they have the power to do so. We live in a reality that's all about the way we perceive things. It's all about what we believe and what we think is real, right? And so because of that reason, we basically just kind of like, get to choose what we want to do, and then we get to have that. Like, it's really just that simple. At least in theory, it's that simple, of course. Mornings, greetings all from over here. Hello, Alfred Godorova. Hope you are doing very well. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Mother. You've grown up beautifully. Never caught you live, but appreciate your courage to be you. Oh, Mystic Diana, Emerald City Mystic. Welcome back to your Daily Dose of Dragon Feather, and that's so sweet. I really appreciate that, you know, like, I, for a quick minute here, did not think I would be ever showing up on this channel again. I didn't think I would be showing up on the planet again. But we're actually in a really good place nowadays. Like, my life has never been better. I have been working with dragons for 2 decades constantly, and it is incredibly difficult. I have been put through the ringer, probably through almost every traumatic thing that a human being can go through. I've almost done it all. Almost. I said almost because I can't go through all of the trauma because I am a white person. Surprise. Okay, anyway. So along the way, I basically have just had to rely on my dragons. I don't know what I'd do without them. What dragons? Sal's perspective. Well, Sal's perspective. This is Azura's perspective. If you are new here, my name's Azura. I practice draconic witchcraft, and I have been a practicing witch for about 20 years now. And I work with dragons. Some people, you know how they like believe in God, or they'll work with goddesses, or like a pantheon, or like their ancestors, or like a spirit team or whatever. I work with dragons. I basically believe that they're like higher dimensional, vibrational, spiritual entities that I meditate and talk to, and they work with me. Delulu? Excuse me? Delulu's the Salulu. Don't you know? Didn't you know that? I'm pretty sure you knew that. So do you believe in crystals as a religion? No, I wouldn't say crystals is the religion. It's just like a practice, right? It's, you know, like some people have like a meditation practice, or like some people have a yoga practice, right? Like I have a practice where I talk to rocks. Yeah, I talk to me some rocks. They're really nice. You should try it sometimes. They're really good listeners. They're really good listeners. That's funny, okay? Somebody laugh at that. Crystals are great listeners. Why? Because they don't talk to you. Anyway, I'm opening a drink. Someone should start a crystal religion. That would be cool. A crystal church. Someone cooked here. Someone fucking cooked here. Cheers to the crystal religion. Should I invent a crystal religion on behalf of pickle chips? And you worship the crystals on behalf of pickle chips? Yeah, because we can do whatever we want, okay? Freedom of religion, okay? If they are going to enact the church's laws in my government, I am gonna worship rocks, and you can't stop me. Cheers. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I literally have fucking pain, alright? Do you understand me? Okay, have you met Freya? Why did my brain shit itself? That was painful. No, I have not met Freya. I do work with some goddesses, but Freya is one that I'm not too familiar with. So I do apologize about that. I need a cow. Nobody needs a cow. I missed your username, nobody. It's so much fun to talk and reference your name. It's so much fun. Nobody. Nobody needs a cow. Agreed. stop eating burger. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. You can eat whatever the fuck you want. It's not my problem. Have you ever tried Indian food? Oh my gosh. I love Indian food. Let me just tell you. I literally go to the Indian spice market all the time. We get their, what are they called? Are they called pakoras? I don't know. My boyfriend helps me get all the delicious things. They have these things that are like potato patties that are like deep fried. Oh my gosh, so fucking good. And then naan. Okay, I know that the whole like butter chicken and garlic naan is like a white girl thing, but I subscribe, okay? I have subscribed and liked. Thank you. Nobody has subscribed and liked. What am I gonna do? Nobody likes my video. Nobody likes my life. Anyway, so yes, there's that, and then chicken biryani. Chicken tikka masala, chicken tikka masala. Oh my gosh. Okay. 10 of you guys who know Urdu in the chat, we call my cat Matti Masala. My boyfriend says it means spicy dirt, and she does look like spicy dirt, so Indian food is amazing. God damn it, now I need to go out. So that's called aloo tikki. Yes. I hope I said the names properly, I guess, but yeah. I love OMG the Goofy. Hell yeah. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. Hopefully Umaiza-kan. I really hope I pronounced your name wrong, but it's good to have you here. What's your practice been more geared towards lately? Rainbow Orchestra. It's been oddly enough geared towards colonization. No, towards decolonization. Thank you. Towards remembering my, what's it called? Towards remembering my, my heritage. Thank you very much, Brain, for working there for me. It has been pretty much trying to reconnect with my ancestors. I've been trying to learn a lot about like my family history and like my previous family members and like how they died and like who they were and like why they came, like how the fuck did I end up in America and why the hell am I talking like a valley girl, because I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here, guys. I'm sorry I'm on Turtle Island. Don't know why the fuck I'm here, okay? I should not be, but I am. I apologize. So please get your cat in the live. I would love to, but she's kind of an asshole, okay? Like if I were to bring her in here, she would just start like dropping my crystals off my shelf. She would start chewing my cords. She would start just knocking things over. She would scratch the furniture. I will tell you that one time, I promise you, I will do a live where I simply harass my cat. I think it would be really funny if we did a live stream where we interrogated my cat about her evil plans that she gets from the government. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, for sure. Be sure to like the channel. Double tap your screen, it's free. Help the algorithms. Thanks, nobody. So which are the ones you have worked with? I have worked with mostly, the goddess I'm working with mostly right now is Lilith. She is like the main center stage. And then that's why she's called Masala. Right. I'm crying. Sophia, welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. I am so glad that this seems to be a good time to go live, because like most of my streams are like in the middle of the night. Seriously, they're always in the middle of the damn night. So the fact that I'm even awake right now is kind of a miracle. With makeup on at this hour in this economy, with the amount of pain I have, who am I today? Anyway, I will make a video where I interrogate my cat. It'll be a great time. I am really trying to get my boyfriend on a live because I love that man and he is so funny, okay? And the way like we used to do like, okay, fun fact, we actually used to live stream together all the time on his TikTok. Like we had like a vibe going on. And then like TikTok like started like not liking some of the things that we did. And then he got like banned one time for like a week, and he was like, fuck this shit. And then we just kind of stopped going live on TikTok. But you know what? I'm hoping he'll come live with me soon. Yeah, because I'm like at 5 a.m. and I get a notification of live, and I'm like, what? But I join. Sophia, you're the real one, man. Cheers for you, Sophia. Good to have you here always. But yeah, brother. So, as much as I would love to have the cat in the live today, she is mati masala, and we will not have her around. Okay. Yeah, but we call her all sorts of like Indian dishes or like Mediterranean dishes. Like we call her chicken shawarma sometimes. What are you sipping upon? I'm sipping upon the devil's lettuce. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just have no patience today. I'm really over the period stuff, you guys. Like I would absolutely love to be back to normal one day. But yeah, you know, that's another thing about my spiritual practice, like what it consists of today. Alchemy is pretty much the main thing I study right now, with Pickle Chips, which is my dragon guardian, my celestial dragon guardian. That, if you guys are new here, is like one of the most like intimidating, prominent, scary, advanced dragons that I work with, that I refer to as Pickle Chips in these lives. Speaking of Pickle Chips, I work with dragons, and like more so, what's the word? I work with them in like a study session kind of way, like in a scholarly way, like now. Or like when I was a kid, I used to work with my dragon guardians in a very whimsical way, like in a very fantastical way, in a very enchanting way, to say the least. Like I used to make it more of an experience for myself to work with my dragon guardians, where now it's more like I clock in and I journal with them, and I like study what they tell me to study, and I like meditate with them. It feels very routine now, where when I was younger it was very much like almost like an escapism kind of thing. Actually, wow, now that I think about that one. Because when I first started practicing my witchcraft, it was around a time in my life where I started to feel very powerless in my life, and I was kind of like also really struggling with the church, and I was just kind of like trying to find a way out of that. You know? OMG, can I see the Squishmallows? Or I don't know how it's written yet. These are the squish. Oh, can I turn it? Will my thing let me? It's kind of a mess over here, but we got some Squishmallows. This is just the stuffed animal pile. It's not all of them. There's more over here. I have all the Halloween ones over there. I am going to be making a Squishmallow, like, I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. I got a lot of mental health issues. That's not the secret. The secret is that I'm going to be making like a sensory safe room in my closet for my mental health when I have like meltdowns and shit. And it's gonna be like just all my favorite cozy things. So like all cozy lightings, like my cozy little backpacks and bags, and like some crystals maybe. Crystals are kind of hard and sharp, so not all of them are cozy, I would say, but all of the stuffed animals and the blankets and the, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, so I would really like to have the bed, as much as I love having all of these guys in my bed, don't get me wrong, I would much rather have my boyfriend in my bed. You know, so yeah, we're just kind of in the middle of doing all these things, getting all this stuff reused, reset up in a different way where we're at. Does this really accompany you in your pain culture fanatics? Yes. I have unfortunately had chronic period pain ever since I started my period when I was 13. And I have asked for like prescription medication for it. Like I've literally been to the doctor to get some sort of pain relief, right? And I have been sent home and denied every single time. Tylenol's enough. Sometimes I got lucky and they would send me home with Tylenol with codeine, but that shit was rare. So I kind of had to turn to alternatives. I, for a while, was basically just like, what's the word for it? I was basically just using like I was almost like overdosing on like pain pills sometimes for the cramps. And then when I got into my second relationship with a drug dealer, because I dated a drug dealer for a while, haha, surprise, he introduced me to weed. And the first time I smoked weed was with him. Didn't get high the first time, but the second time I really did. And then I started using it for like my cramps around that time. And I vividly remember one of my first periods ever using weed. I, for the first time, was crying. Not because of the pain, but because I was not really in any at all. And like that is crazy to me. Like, and now that like weed is like, you know, I'm able to go to the store and like buy like a drink. Like back in the day when I first started using weed, I had to like buy that shit off the streets. You know, don't recommend. So yes, I'm very grateful that I have access to this. So very grateful. No, cause I literally prayed to Lilith when I'm on my period and I'm hurting. Good night. Hope you're better, love. Yeah, no, for real, Sophia. Like, there's so many times where I too have just been like, I almost am like, dragons aren't real if they can't take my period cramps away, almost. But like, my dragon guardians have told me that like every single human being has their own challenges with their bodies. That's part of being alive on the planet. You know, like as like honestly, like perfect the human vessel is, like in the way that it functions, it's still an imperfect creation in the sense that like there's some like flaws sometimes, there's some like dysfunctional parts about it, you know what I mean? But it's in those parts that, you know, don't necessarily work the way they're supposed to, or the things that are a little bit different, or the parts of you that others would consider quirky, if you will. Those are the unique parts of you that make your human experience your own. You know, how many milligrams helps? I'm towards the end of my period, so right now 100 milligrams is good for me. But when I'm on my like heaviest days, I will literally sometimes take 500 milligrams to the face. Yeah, I could totally outsmoke Snoop Dogg. I no doubt in my mind. I could put Snoop under the table when it comes to weed because of my chronic pain. Yeah. Bro, what? Yeah. Yeah. The amount of the most, okay. An overdose for me would probably be like 1,500 to 2,000 milligrams. Yeah. Like, I don't want to have this high of a tolerance, but like, you have to understand that when you have like chronic pain or like chronic health issues and you find something that works, I just am happy I found something that works. Do you understand me? Like the fact that I can drink a little drinky and like function, like I can like help my clients and like answer emails and like call people back and like, you know, plan shit and like, you know, like just do the day job things, right? Or like just even have the energy to come on live. Like I'm pretty much always drinking one of these on live, just because like the past month I've literally had like 3 periods back to back to back. It's been gnarly Charlie. But could be worse, right? Because if it was worse, I would be in the ER right now. So the fact that I'm not in the ER, I'm very, very happy. Hello, I have chronic pain real bad and I'm back, and I find CBD cream really helps so much. I didn't know you can get drinks, creepy crawlers. I too love the topicals. I use, there's this, stuff called Rub that's like for period pain, and it's like has like hella high THC in it, and I rub that shit all over my body. I like lather that. My body is lathered in THC. My period. I love that. It's the best. 100%. I think it has CBD in it too, but it's like mostly like a THC topical. I need to try that. It's so good. It's like specifically made for women who have period cramps. But that's why if you have chronic back pain, you should get it, because period cramps are no fucking joke, brother. So I do hope it helps. It was made by the famous woman Whoopi Goldberg. If you don't know who she is, just Google Rub by Whoopi Goldberg and you'll be able to find it. It's chef's kiss. And they also have bath soaks, creepy crawlers. I would use the bath soaks on my period, but I really cannot be doing that because my period be not bath friendly. But some of the period like bath soaks really help with like joint pain and arthritis. My cousin uses it for arthritis, so hells yeah, I definitely recommend. So yeah, that's basically it's just part of it. Heading out. Thanks for the morning live. Glad I got to catch it. Of course. Dragon Bay Rose. So happy to see you and awesome. The dragon emoji. Love you forever. Let's see. Same happened to me. The pain was so bad that I fainted and the ER turned me away saying period pain is normal. So I went on the birth control pill and that worked for me. Yep, Jessica. That is pretty much the same story of my sister. My sister very much has the same period problems that I do, except she like does it the opposite way. Like I go the natural route. She does like, she fights the healthcare system for her healthcare, right? Like my sister is a warrior, okay? Like I don't know how she handles doctors like that. Like the way that she's just like sometimes like manhandles the doctors into talking to her. Like I don't understand how that works. But she basically has done like almost every single kind of birth control that you can think of, and like she finally found one that works for her, and I think it's like a really low dose of like progestin or progestin. Did I say that right? I feel so bad for y'all. I have pain, but I think it's average. Sophia, you're so lucky. Mark my words, guys. Mark my words. You will see me fix my period problems on this channel. Do you understand me? I will figure that out. If that means I have to free bleed and not use toxic period products, that might actually be the issue. Did I tell you, fun fact, that my actual problems with my period could simply be because the products I've been using ever since I started my period, tested positive for lead, arsenic, PFAs, and other heavy metals. I'm being poisoned. Do 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 do. Dude, Chuck Norris got nothing on me. Chuck Norris cannot touch me because my period pain would kill him. Toxic period products are so crazy. Yeah, creepy crawlers. Like, why do people think that's okay for companies to do that? The heck? It has to be intentional. Has to be intentional. I literally could go grab my box of pads right now and show you. In the ingredient list, it says titanium dioxide. Okay, anyway. And you wonder why all the women are suicidal. We got lead in our pussy. No, I'm just kidding. F's in the chat for the women and the people who have uteruses. Random, but is that a Rayquaza Charizard hybrid brushing the back? I knew that was gonna happen. Yes, you know it. This, for those of you guys who are not OGs or regulars on the channel, Stargirl203, my boyfriend and I named this for Charizard. I'm really sorry if that's offensive. I first called him Rayquarzard, okay, because like Rayquaza Charizard, right? Rayquarzard was a really cool name, in my opinion, okay? And then one time I got way too excited trying to tell one of our friends about my Rayquarzard that I accidentally said Retarzard, and my boyfriend and our friends just died a little bit. We died a lot, actually, and we couldn't stop laughing for like solid 5 minutes. And now we just refer to this as Retarzard. I'm really sorry. You could unsubscribe if that's offensive, but I digress. Bro, if people found out that tampons and pads have these chemicals and men had periods, they would immediately change that and everyone would freak out, and I just know, plus they would be free. Yeah, just wait, and Sophia, just wait until you realize and find out that birth control is a class 1 carcinogen. We're not ready for that conversation. We're not ready. Yeah, so Retarzard. Actually, here. Yo, tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I wanna really, really want products without fucking metal in it, bro. If you wanna be my products, you gotta leave out the mess. Anyway, I'm gonna stop. Because I'm actually so ticked off. Like, watch. I'm actually, like, can't do anything about my period right now. So I'm using the toxic pads right now. But what I will say is that for my next fucking cycle, I will probably be attempting free bleeding. I'm not excited. I am not excited. I will also be attempting to make my own cotton, like, pads. And when I figure that out, I'll make videos about it. So there you go. That's also been another huge part of my practice too. You know, like my like, not only my sister, but like a lot of other women that I know have found a solution for their periods with their birth control. Like, they genuinely would just rather not have a period. But for me, like, my period has been a very important part of my spiritual practice. Like, whenever I bleed, like, it's a time that I go to rest, and it's a time that I go to reflect, and it's a time that I kind of go into hermit mode to really connect with the divine, and really connect with my dragon guardians, and really connect with what the next cycle is for, like, what my next, like, menstrual cycle will be like my next 28-day cycle, right? And I really, like, set the intention for that, and it really messes with my heart and my soul and my spirit when I have erratic periods and I constantly keep getting told to get rid of them. I'm like, no, I just want to be me naturally. Like, why should like, I am a healthy woman. I am a healthy individual. Why do I need to take medication for a period that is abnormally painful and heavy, when the reality is that it's probably just the poison in my products, the poison in my clothes, and the poison in my food? I need you to be so for real with me. Like, I'm not, like, I also had, like, you know, an IUD for a while, and that, never have I ever felt more removed from my practice, ever. As a trans masc NB, I really wish I could stop my periods, to be honest. It makes me super dysphoric and depressed. Creepy crawlers. I'm so sorry to hear that. I've heard that a lot, how, like, it's like some people even feel like suicidal because of that, like, with how, like, dysphoric it can be. So I can only imagine what that feels like. But I really hope that, like, you're able to find a solution for that, because, like, it honestly has been, like, I've thought about getting, like, you know, my, like, uterus removed a few times just because of how chronic my periods have been, and I actually did attempt to go through that like fucking nightmare of a thing, but I'm too young to have, and I'm like too young and too white to get it fucking sterilized. So I also just kind of feel like I don't want to be sterilized too. Honestly, ever since I met the man I'm with, I always have that thought in the back of my head that I'm like, maybe a child would be awesome with this guy, you know? But that's just because I honestly really love him. He's like my best friend. He's honestly kind of my whole world, you guys. I'm embarrassed, okay? I'm fucking embarrassed about it. But it's not in a bad way. Like, it's just that, like, when you finally find somebody who feels like home and who feels like family, and you just like you've been with them for so long and you've like seen their behaviors that like they're nothing like the behaviors of the people who abused you. Like, I just feel comfortable. And even for him, he struggles watching me go through it, you know? Like, he doesn't necessarily know what to do, right? Because he's Canadian, and like healthcare is pretty straightforward for him in Canada, but like it's really hard for me out here. And even his sisters in Canada said, like, don't get your hopes up, like, you know, like trying to get like Canadian healthcare, because even for them, like, sometimes they just don't get anything, you know. They don't get any help outside of like what I'm getting, so it really just depends. But yeah, it turns out that prostaglandins are massively increased by red meat. Birth control is helping me now, but for years that was my method, and it was massively helpful. Interesting. I really try not to eat red meat anymore, and the only time I eat red meat is when my boyfriend cooks it. But when he makes meat, whenever we like cook meat, it's always halal, because like it just tastes better, you guys. Like, meat that's not halal just doesn't taste right. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Bro, why did periods turns out this way? I'm really glad. Yeah, I don't know why they turned out that way. It's super hard. I'm doing okay. I'm lucky my partner's helping me through at that time. Yeah, I'm glad they're helping you, creepy crawlers. Ooh, Jesus Christ is in the chat. Scrolling lives is truly a game of Russian roulette. Jesus Christ, please stay in the chat. Do you know how much I love you, Jesus? Jesus, I love you, Jesus Christ. Jesus, everyone tells me that you love me, Jesus. Do you love me, Jesus? Or are you lying to me? Were they lying to me? Jesus, where'd you go? Jesus, come back. Yo, Jesus Christ, come back. You have no idea how excited I am. I had a picture of you in my house when I was a kid. Jesus, come back. Please. I'm your biggest fan. Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ. I am here, my child. Jesus is in my life. Do you understand? Do you understand? I'm a witch and Jesus is in my life. I win the game today. Jesus, do you love witches? Jesus, do you love witches? Jesus, I'm watching you. Can you be totally rational and tell you the work you have an effect on the objective world, or just use subjective experience? Because I think everything works on subjectivity, but yes, help me. Yeah, honestly. No, honestly, I think that like everything is objectively neutral, but everybody's experiences of that neutrality is subjective, right? So like, you know, murdering someone is objectively neutral, but for the person who's being murdered, that is subjectively a shitty thing. Don't kill people. What the fuck? Stop killing these kids. Stop killing these kids. Weirdos. Weirdos. Okay, anyway. I'm pretty sure Jesus would not want you killing these kids, you fucking weirdos. Anyway, I need Bashar in this chat too. That would be the best duo. Could you imagine Jesus Christ and Bashar just chilling? Just chilling. Just chilling. Dude, could you guys imagine if I like... Could you imagine if I attempted to channel Jesus Christ on this channel? Because my dragon guardians have been wanting me to do like channeled work with like goddesses specifically. So like the way I've been doing these works is like I'll do channeled messages with like Lilith, for example, via automatic writing. But you never know. Yes, so placebo or psychosomatic can be put in the same category. Interesting. I love that. I gotta learn more about that. Stuff like that really fascinates me because, like, in theory, my dragon guardians could be a placebo, and I am fully aware of that. Or are they? I'm eating chips right now, crunch, crunch. But are they pickle chips? Right? Pickle chips, are you a placebo? Pickle chip says yes. Pickle chip says yes, I'm a placebo. It's a very pickle chips thing to say, actually. Very pickle chippy of you. Oh, speaking of dragons, I have a crystal palm stone with some dragons on it. You want to see? Look at it. I'm trying to work more with the Asian dragons, or the Eastern dragons, I should say. But yeah, this little palm stone here was a gift from my friends at Rock Paradise. And then I have another one. This one's I like this one more. This one was a gift. This one was a month anniversary gift from my boyfriend. And this one has a European dragon on it. Also selenite. And for those of you Game of Thrones fans out there, you beautiful people, do you guys remember when they said that dragons come from the moon? And that the moon was a giant, there were 2 moons and one hatched, and then that's how all the dragons came. I love this because it is a dragon carved on selenite, which is like a crystal that's like associated with the moon. And like it looks like it's like a portal almost, like this is a portal. Bro, these look so gorgeous. Yes, I love them, and they're really cool because they're laser etched, right? So that's something that's also getting really popular with crystals too. Like currently is like is either the carvings or the laser etchings. And do I have a carving close by me? I don't think I actually do. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know where the carvings are right now. I know they're close. Oh yes, I found one. I think this, yeah, this one is one that I'm talking about. So like here's a carving of a cat, right? But the way that like carvings like this are made, it's not like they were like actually carved, right? Like when you find like very like for example, when you see like the Pikachu carvings or like the Hello Kitty crystal carvings, or like, you know, the novelty crystal carvings, those are actually going to be crystals that were heated up really, really hot into like liquid form and then poured into molds and then like cooled down again into like their crystal forms. So they're kind of like not carved. They're like melted and molded crystals, like just some crystal industry insider information. If that bothers you, don't buy carvings like this, because 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a melted crystal that was poured into a mold and then solidified. And if you look at this like close enough, like you can kind of just tell, like it's real labradorite. Okay, it's like real labradorite, but like it's not like labradorite. Does that make sense? In theory, it does change. It does and it doesn't change like the molecular structure, but just something you want to know. You know, some people don't like that kind of thing. So some people like to get it as close to raw and as natural as possible, and valid, you know. But I really like the laser carved or the laser etched ones because it's just kind of like fun that you can like put any symbol or anything like that. They have fire energy in them, if that's how you view it. Oh, I like that idea, actually. Holy shit, that's such a really good point, actually. You're right. They do have fire energy in them then. Interesting, fascinating. Now I need to get a Charmander carnelian carving. But that's really cool. Slappy Joe, what a good username. Why do you all have such good usernames? Hello, Slappy Joe. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. I'm just gonna pound this drink off camera. Pause for dramatic effect. let's see, I have this one. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Okay, so when I saw this crystal, I literally lost my mind, because when you hit it right at the right at the right angle, you can see an S or like a dollar sign hidden in the matrix inside of it, and I'm gonna try my best to get it on camera. It's like right there. Hold on. It's so close. Hold on. It's like right there. You see it? It's like right here, but it's like really hard to catch it on camera. It's so hard. The S is like right there. Do you guys see it? Why is it so hard? I bet you if I like turned the camera around, it would probably be easier to see. But yeah, it's like really crazy. So I like got this one because it like looked like there was like a dollar sign trapped inside, and it's almost like money, right? Like you can, I'm really trying to get this on camera. It's so hard. Why? Let's see. Okay, hold on. I gotta try one more time. Hold on. No. I know you guys saw it like for a split second. It's really hard with these stupid ring lights. There it is. See? It's like right there. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, I'll totally like I'll post a little clip of it on my Instagram story just because it's like actually crazy. But yeah, so I just like also just grab random ones. Like, see this amethyst piece, like why is it shaped like this? Why is it shaped like a piece of gum? Like I want to eat this. Like what do I do? What do I do when I want to eat half the crystals I own? What do I do? What do I do? Like this, there's no reason why this piece of pyrite should be this perfectly tumbled. I want to eat it. Like I want to eat it. And then this one, another piece of amethyst. Excuse me, this one. Oh my God, so embarrassing. Okay, this one. Now my whole face is red. Looks like gum. Like looks like the icebreaker gum. I want to eat this one. Where is it? This one. Anything opalite, I want to eat it. It's mine. Thank you. Bless you. Jesus Christ just blessed me. I win the game. Okay. Jesus, I have the Bible with me somewhere, and I'm sure you're disappointed that it's not in an easier accessible place. Actually, that's not true. I can see my Bible. I have surfed my part. No, you can't leave. I must leave. No! Please subscribe, Jesus. Please subscribe, Jesus Christ. I'm going to talk about Mary Magdalene soon. Your lover, your divine counterpart, Jesus. Please tell me you know Mary Magdalene, or you are not the real Jesus. Not the real one. Anyway, so I am a little unhinged today. So I hope you guys enjoy that. I am not here to thirst trap you. I'm not here to be the prettiest girl in the room. I'm not here to be the trendiest girl in the room. I'm gonna be making weird faces most of the time. Most of the time. The rest of the Avengers need me. Jesus is always trolling on the internet. Bad Jesus. You guys are so amazing. I want to eat crystals that look crunchy. Do I have another one that looks crunchy? Actually, no, but I do have these little tiny copper pellets. I want to eat it. What do I do? What do I do when all I want to do is eat my crystals? Do, 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 do. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm so absolutely insane this morning, it's because they literally look like pills. Holy crap. You know what's funny? Hold on. I literally have 3 of them. They literally do look like pills. Take your pills. Take your couple pills. You do seem somewhat positively unhinged. Jesus Christ, I am positively unhinged. And it's because I have been so negatively unhinged my whole life, okay? So, let me tell you something. Did you know that part of the reason for me feeling so awesome is because 1, I believe in dragons and I follow the wisdom and guidance of dragons. 2, I love Jesus Christ and I follow the wisdom, the teachings, and the path of Jesus Christ. Peace be upon him. Or not, because he's in my chat. Apparently he's still alive. And then I actually enjoy following the teachings of Prophet Muhammad too. Peace be upon him. Very fascinating. Very fascinating. I have been learning the Kabbalion. Very interesting stuff. The Hermetic teachings. Delicious. Love that. We are being pushed more by my dragon guardians to study Norse mythology again and Hindu mythology again. I did a long time ago when I was a kid, but we're going back into it. And yeah, bro, I'm just like really excited to be alive because I almost died so many times. And like when I just see what's going on in the world, like if I don't be happy right now, if I'm not positively unhinged right now, I just genuinely might not get the diddly darn opportunity to do so tomorrow. So Jesus Christ, do you like witches? I know, Sophie, I'm trying to get him to answer. I must know. I don't know any. Yeah, you do. I'm a witch. I love you, Jesus. Come on. Just wait until you get into demonology. It's fun. Yes, I love demons. I love working with demons. Do you believe in God? Yes, I do. You know, it's a fun fact, actually. I really started to hate God for a while, and like at multiple points in my life, but the fun part is that in 2020, 2021, when I was losing a lot of my loved ones to like COVID or cancer, I was really kind of like in this position where I was like, no, you know what? God is dead. Fuck God. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, God isn't real. Otherwise, like, the world wouldn't look the way it does. But guess who told me not to stop believing in God? Dragon guardians. The dragons were like a Zerah dragon feather. You have loved God and God has loved you your whole life, brother. Your whole life, brother. Why? Why would you stop believing in God now when God's gonna keep believing in you? And I was like, decent. And then the man that I have in my life now, he is like, has such a solid faith in God that I just could not comprehend. And sometimes I still don't get it. And so when we first got together, he was like, I don't get it. I've been raised to think that witches are evil, but like, you're such a sweetheart and you like identify as a witch. Can you tell me about yourself? So that's how I started talking to him about witchcraft. And then I was like, how do you maintain a relationship with God that's positive? I don't understand that. And he was like, well, God is love, you know? God is love. Also, I cleaned my room. Pickle Chips, creepy crawlers. Pickle Chips says, great, you should let Azura know that it's her turn now. Getting schooled by Pickle Chips every day of my life. Getting schooled by Pickle Chips every day of my life. Okay, that's just how it goes here. Hannah Taylor, hey, hi, hello. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Brother. Good to see ya. Oh good, I like you. Oh, well, hey, hi, hello. I don't work with many demons, but when I do, I like to work with Lucifer. I've been working with Lilith. She's like the queen of demons or the mother of demons. And then I'm eating chips, Pickle Chips mentioned. Pickle Chips, the chips of Pickle Chips. He's got Pickle Chips. Pickle Chips. You know what? Do you guys, how long have you guys been on the internet? Do you guys know who Julian Smith is? And do you know his song, Jellyfish? Just literally, like on YouTube, go to YouTube after this live and type in Julian Smith, Jellyfish. And he goes like, jellyfish. It's like, how does it like do 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 jellyfish. It's such a good song. He also has another one that goes, when a song is stuck inside your head sing this song. Just sing this song instead. It goes like bum 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 bum. I need to go to bed. Bum 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 bum. Hey, no, I'm good. it's you're getting extremely sleep deprived version of me right now. This is not how positively unhinged my lives normally are, but maybe you look high. Well, that's great, because I would rather be high than in pain. Thank you very much. And this is why I literally will die on this hill, okay? That cannabis is the only thing that has ever helped with my period problems, because guess what? I was in a much worse mood when I started this live, and now I feel so much better. And you guys called me positively unhinged. That's how you know the medicine is working. We are medicated and not ashamed to admit it, okay? Okay. Someone said you look high, I'm dying. I don't know how I look high. I thought I always look high, to be honest. I feel like I always look like I'm tripping out on something. But sometimes I feel like it's just the energy, because like, if I were to be like, oh my gosh, hi, like you wouldn't think that, right? Anyway, I've always wanted to work with Anubis, Lucifer, or Azrael, because I've been drawn to them, especially Anubis, because I've been drawn to him since I was a kid. Hell yeah. Which one? I think, see, when you take cannabis orally and you digest it, your body processes it through the liver, which makes it more like potent and like more of a hallucinogen, and also kind of makes it more like sativa and indica don't necessarily matter that much. But I mean, some people would argue that like the difference between sativa and indica is like honestly placebo. But the truth is that when it comes to like terpene profiles and it comes to like cannabinoid content and profiles, like that's what matters. That's like what's gonna determine the effects that it has on you, indica or sativa wise, right? So there's that. What drinks do you recommend? I'm not sure if they sell those in the UK. They probably do not sell these in the UK. This is the St. Ides Georgia peach high tea. You know what? It's really just that. I grew Northern Lights for a few years. Hell yeah, I loved Northern Lights. I used to smoke a lot actually, but I stopped smoking last year because I'm a singer and it was really starting to affect my career as a musician. So now I just drink it. You know, unfortunately I had to like smoke a lot for just how often my period problems were. And then like for those of you guys who are new, my day job is like celebrity management and media, so like social media marketing. And like sometimes I go to like red carpet events and it's just really awkward when there's like, you know, parents with their kids there and I'm like trying to cope with my pain by smoking weed, and then like I have to like deal with the smell. It's just really unprofessional in my personal opinion. And so like to be as discreet as possible and as respectful as possible, you know, I just decide to like medicate before I show up, you know. And sometimes I'll even take like weed pills. Like I'll have like emergency weed pills in my bag too, just because like I think that it's just better for me to just take a pill like Advil at some of these events sometimes when I'm having a lot, because you know these events can be extremely like draining, right? Like I'll literally like, and I honestly feel like my spiritual practice has prepared me for these fucking events, because like first of all you get to the event and then you have to like figure out where the line is, and like then you have to figure out if the carpet is being like run properly or not, and most of the times it's run like a shit show because it's LA, and like half the people don't even know what they're doing. They're just like trying to make something happen for their egos, and it's really embarrassing. So then when you get to the carpet you have to like go find the bouncer and then like go check in and then say, hey, I'm on the list, and like this is my name, and then you got to show them your ID, and then they got to verify it, and because my name doesn't match my ID, it's always an issue. Okay, whatever. I might like actually change my legal name to Azura Dragonfeather to prevent issues like this in the future. I'm so fucking serious. And like literally then once you get in, like as like a VIP who walks the carpet. Like once you like get checked off on the VIP, you get your fucking wristband or whatever the hell, and then you like go walk the carpet, and then depending on where you're at, it's an organized carpet or it's a hot mess. And sometimes Getty will be there and sometimes they won't be, and you never really know. You really never know. You just try to do your best, right? Like yesterday was info list and we were gonna go, but we decided not to because they didn't do it at Sky Bar, which is like a really classy high-end bar in LA. They decided to move it somewhere else, and my boyfriend and I are just like not clubbing people. It's just not a thing. I digress. So then you gotta like walk the carpet, and you don't know who's taking your pictures, and chances are when they see my name they're not gonna spell it right, so it's like they don't even take me seriously to begin with. Ew. And then like some of them are really sweet. I'm friends with a lot of the photographer like who take like these like carpet pictures or stuff. Like, you know, when you see them enough times on the carpet, they just start making fun of you in like a friendly way, whatever. And like then like while you're like waiting in line for these stupid carpets, like there's all these like ego games with people who are like, you know, like up like, oh my god, like the fucking like people like eyeing the pretty girls, and like the like some of the girls feeling insecure like when another girl walks in. It just breaks my heart. And like I used to be deep in that shit too when I first started this thing, you know what I mean? Like felt so, I just wanted to crawl out of my body like at these events, you know what I mean? And like it's because when I first started going to these things, like I had like no media training, like, and I was like walking the carpet with like some of these high profile people who have teams, who have media training, who have been doing this like for so long. Like what the hell? Like, you know what I mean? Do you market, I mean, any specific artists? Yeah, I market multiple artists with the agency that I work with, but like I'm not able to disclose that, right? Like I walk a very fine line, all right, on what I can and can't talk about, and I often get in trouble a lot. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I literally get in trouble a lot because I want to be so authentic on this channel. I don't care. They must really love me, you guys. Okay, anyway, are we gonna have another 5-hour live? I'm literally just like gonna hang out for as long as I feel like it, because like I should be asleep, but I'm not. My boyfriend is passed out, as he should be. We had a long night last night, and yeah, honestly, you want to know why I'm really awake? My boyfriend told me to take my makeup off before I go to bed, because sometimes like when I get medicated for my pain, I'll like forget sometimes. You know, when the relief hits you, you just kind of pass out sometimes, right? So he's like, baby, please promise me you'll take your makeup off before you go to bed. And I'm like, yes, I promise I will. And I'm not asleep because I kind of didn't want to take the makeup off. So anyway, the LA story I was telling you about. So once you get on these stupid carpets, like then you have to like take your pictures, and like you really never know like who is going to be taking your pictures, and like they're probably not going to be really flattering pictures, first of all, especially the Gettys, like unless like you're really close friends. Like here's some like insider information. When you're like really close friends with like some of the Getty people, like sometimes they'll like take the extra time out of their day to like find the good pictures of you when they upload, right? But like if you don't have like those like those like relationships or connections, you might just get like shitty photos uploaded. Like it's like this industry is all smoke and mirrors. Do you take consultation? Culture fanatics, what do you mean by that? Like in a music way? Is that what you mean? Because yes, if you're interested in that, I can hit you up on Instagram about it. Or like in a magical way. Either way, I'm interested. I'm mostly on the other side you described, but don't understand your problems. Everything you say is a no-go for me. Oh no. LA was horrible in general. I flew into LA and drove down to Irvine to work at the FBI facility on Magazine Road. Dude, Irvine is awful. I hate Irvine, actually. Super duper. All of my friends from Irvine have issues. I don't know why. They just got a lot of like bullshit in their life. Poor guys. Reminder to drink water. Yeah, thank you. I feel called out, Sophia. Also, smart water. You might be drinking smart water. That shit's not smart. Don't drink this shit. It's so bad for you. Please, whatever you do, try to avoid plastic at all costs. Anyway, we really gotta get our filter fixed in this fridge. There's like probably mold in it. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about that. I want to sue the building for health problems with the mold everywhere. Anyway, then once you're done, sometimes these carpets will have like interviews at the end of them, and then you'll never know where the interview's posted, if the interview's posted, or if what you're even doing it for. Like, they'll literally just be like, say you're watching X, Y, and Z TV, and like, tell us who you are and what you do. And I'll be like, my name's Is There a Dragon Feather? I'm a singer-songwriter YouTube, and you're watching XYZ TV. And it's so... Sometimes you'll actually get some really good interviewers though, that'll like just ask you like the coolest questions, right? Like one time I was wearing, at the Globe Theater, one time I was wearing one of my like third eye crystals. If you're an OG on the channel, you'll know I like wear like crystals like on my forehead sometimes. And the interview guy on the carpet asked me why I wear it. He was like, what is this? What are you doing? And the way he worded the question was to like make me feel awkward, but I was like, this is my time to shine. And I was like, I have mental health issues, aka anxiety, and I use this to protect my mental health because my spirit guides told me to wear it so I don't overthink, okay? So I don't see things the wrong way because of my own insecurity, and so I just don't get anxious. Yeah, that was fun. I loved it. I loved it. Let's see. What time is it there? Because this is a lot earlier than your normal lives. Hey, Alex. This is like almost 10 a.m. where I'm at. But yes, you're right. The makeup thing is too relatable. I do that. But with my contact lenses, I'll just stay up because I don't want to take them off. Christy, you are me. I honestly need to try that. I'm super anxious. Excuse me, creepy crawlers. I recommend using what's called a Cabicon or like it's spelled like Chabachon, like it's spelled like Chabachon, I think. I probably butchered that, but it'll come up in Google if you try your best. It basically means that it's a tiny crystal with a flat back to it and like a polished top. So the flat back I use anyway, like eyelash glue, you know, like girls who wear false eyelashes. I wear like false eyelash glue and stick it on the back of the like crystal, like the flat part of the crystal, and then wait till it gets tacky, and then I just like plop it on my forehead. And I think I have a video tutorial on my channel on how to do that if you're interested, but like sometimes the carpets get them right. That's why I shared that story. And then after that, you have to do the socializing part of it, and that makes me want to vomit because like everyone can smell the autism on me. It's just like fucking frustrating. Like, and not everybody, okay? Like, don't get me wrong, like I have some friends who are like absolutely sweethearts and like super including me in everything, and like I love them to pieces, okay? But like some of these events have like, you know, hundreds of people at them, and like even if I were to just kind of like go up to the women, like the women at these events, first of all, don't look like me. Like they all look the same. Like they're all like pretty much like tanned, blue-eyed, blonde girls. Not saying that that's a bad thing. It's just that like when there's like a circle of like 6 or 7 girls that look the same, and then I walk up to them and try to make friends and I don't look like them, have you ever been told you look like Kat Dennings? Jesus Christ. Do you know my favorite movie is Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist? Do you know that I literally always get called Kat Dennings? And also, I'm hiding them right now, but if you know, you know. And also, She is such a huge inspiration for me to want to be an actress. I don't know if I'll ever be an actress just because I know all of what goes into the behind the scenes of the acting world. And like, if you see me do any kind of acting in my lifetime, it will be because I have control over the direction of the film. I very much was like very early on with my boyfriend. I was like, listen, when you work in the entertainment industry, I understand that there's like things that you do with collaborations, and if you ever wanted to act, you know, there's like romantic stuff that happens. I'm not a part of that, okay? Like, if you want me in your life, like, I don't date men who act and kiss women on screen. It's not for me. And I just don't date men who like kiss women in their music videos. It's not for me. And I just don't date men who like do that. Okay? Cool? Capiche? Cool? Capiche? Cool. So, but Kat Dennings, she makes me want to act, and one day, I mean, I will make some stuff here on the channel. I kind of have in the past, made some short film stuff, but like, yeah, I'll probably never be on a Netflix show is what I'm trying to say. Then I got out of the shower and I was trying to walk. I was dizzy and I was walking like a dumbass, and I went to calm down on my bed, start praying to my deities, and after I was better, I got up to drink water. I felt like I was gonna faint. Look at my story time. Sophia, is that on your YouTube channel or on your Instagram? Crazy. I love those crystals you used to wear in your forehead. I want to start wearing those sticker face crystals. I'm gonna start wearing them again, Stargirl. I actually stopped wearing them because during the 2020 like Black Lives Matter protests, like I started getting called like super racist for wearing it, and like I actually at that point in time just like didn't really like do much of any decolonizing practice outside of my like initial understanding, like, well, duh, like Black Lives Matter, like if they're experiencing like systemic injustice, like of course we need to prioritize them. That's the logical thing to do. Like, why are we having this all lives matter? Okay. And then like I also just like didn't really know, like I knew about like other cultures, but I haven't like I didn't deep dive into them the way that I do now, because like 2020 really was kind of like a wake-up call for me as a white person. I'm embarrassed to say that it took me that long, but like that was really when I started doing my like my active decolonization process, right? And so then like over that period of time, I just kind of realized that like, you know, I just wanted to take a different direction, right? Hold on. I wanted to take a different direction, and like that's what really started my focus on the decolonization process of my practice. And like that is pretty much like the cornerstone of like that pivot in my craft is really like where Pickle Chips told me that like they made the decision to be like, okay, she's gonna actually make it. Like she's gonna actually be successful in the way that I need her to be for me to show up. What do you think about Money Bowls? Love them. But yeah, so essentially like me choosing to like learn about like the racism and like how like cultural appropriation and like just learning about that like as a white person and the history of it was like really like traumatizing, but like I had to do that because I didn't understand why I was getting the certain comments that I was getting about it being racist. And then the more that I learned about the culture, like I realized that what I was doing was actually not racist, but it would have been racist if I was wearing like bindis. But like, so that was a little interesting. That was a little like, I got like a little like, I'm gonna stop wearing them on like the channel because I just didn't know, right? And so now like, now I know that it's like I've done like the look and stuff like that, but I also want to I also want to elevate my practice when I do it again, and I want to make it an even more sacred practice than I used to, because like while it was a spiritual practice, you know, back when I wore the crystals on my third eye, like in almost every single one of my videos, it was absolutely like an aesthetic thing too. And like I think over time it kind of just became so routine sometimes, and like, you know, when you do something like enough times, like you get caught in just enough times where you're in a rush and you don't get to do it the proper way that you want to. And I guess I just had gotten caught in a rush too many times with like applying my makeup and applying the crystal, that I kind of almost like lost the sacred practice of it, if you will. And so now when I wear them again, like I'm going to be very intentional about it, because like, you know, not only is that what I want to do, but like Pickle Chips encourages that. Like anything that we can do to infuse a sacred intention with any part of our being or any part of our day or any part of our outfits, is just incredibly important to not forget how it does play its role in our day-to-day life. Like I know there's so many witches that'll tell you, like, if you're not doing your like glamour magic every day, like you're shooting yourself in the foot, like you're losing a lot. You're losing out on a lot, essentially. But like some would also argue, like if you're not doing like protection every night before you go to bed, like you're actually could be subjecting yourself to more anguish than you think. So yeah, if that makes sense. It's really just like been a huge pivot in my journey, and a lot of the death that I experienced around the same time in 2020 and 2021 really pivoted my craft into a radical place. Like it was always like, what's it called? Aw, I probably have to leave now. We'll see you soon, Pookie. Love you. It's okay, Sophia. We'll see you soon. And have a good day with your daily dose of Dragon Mother. But yeah, dude. So like that whole journey, you know, was just like, I don't want to say like in the beginning of my craft it was like superficial, because it was very much like my craft was like functioning more as like a mode of escapism and dissociation for me to survive very traumatic things I was going through. It became a coping mechanism for me to deal with really difficult things I was going through. And then in 2020, my craft pivoted to being very like radical, very decolonized focused, very in service of the community, in service of the global community focused. Everything I do is for writing the balance now. I have to do whatever I can. I mean, this is what Pickle Chips tells me to do. Like Pickle Chips tells me that my mission now with where I'm at in my craft is to wave the wand of justice. I know that sounds kind of silly, but like in the sense of like not like vigilante justice or like savior complex, but just like remembering where the craft that I practice come from, and remembering the practices, why they exist, and how some of the practices that I have come from people who were oppressed peoples, who were indigenous peoples, who developed their beliefs or their practices as a direct defiant act to their oppressors and the violence that was committed against them, as a way to survive, as a way to keep their spirit alive, as a way to take their power back, as a way to keep their culture alive. You know, and people can sense sacred energy. Yeah, absolutely. I started being more intentional about my clothes and accessories, and it does make it more sacred and ritual. Yeah, exactly. So that's good confirmation for me that I'm on the right direction there. But you know, this is why I still feel like, I guess, like a beginner, if you will, because like how long have I been practicing, you know, my witchcraft practice, and I haven't like really even considered maintaining like a sacred like veiling practice, for example, or like a sacred clothing practice, or perhaps like a cloak, or you know, like something like every day that has to do with that, you know, besides like you'll always see me wear this dragon ring, right? Like this obviously is magical jewelry, and I have a magical like toe ring as well. But like, and I have like this piercing, and I have like my navel pierced as well. That also, you know, have like their own sacred meanings to them. But the reality is like, I feel like in the actual practice that I meant to cultivate in my lifetime, I've really only dipped my toe in the water. And like, because I've been practicing in the sense to where I have this type of, I guess, bigger picture of where I'm at in my practice now, I've realized that the truth is, like, no matter where we're at in our practice, like, I hope we can try to consider keeping that type of a perspective when we do practice, even if we're a beginner. Like, when you practice as a beginner, remember that, like, the master you become will look back on this day as a very important day for the rest of your life. And don't you ever doubt, and don't ever like undermine the significance of that and the important sacredness of that. And that's really where my practice pivoted. And you know what? I am a firm believer, you guys, that like, and let me tell you something about white people, especially if you're a person of color watching this right now. Like, let me tell you something about our For You pages as white people. Like, everything that we do on our algorithm, like if we post and our like, and the algorithm knows like we're white people, like everything is going to try to be geared towards pushing us to like the alt-right pipeline, to the white supremacy stuff. And there's so many gateways into that shit through spirituality, especially nowadays. For example, just like yoga or sound healing is just one of them. Like crystal bowl healing is literally a gateway into the alt-right pipeline. Be careful. Like, why it's so fucking darn specific, I will never understand, but shit never fails to fascinate and scare the hell out of me. But like, I'm a firm believer that in 2020, if I did not prioritize decolonizing my practice and learning about other people and their suffering, and like Jesus Christ literally in this fucking chat, you know what I learned from Jesus Christ? I learned to love thy neighbor like thyself. When I was in church, when I like was raised Mormon, and I had that fucking picture of white Jesus in my house literally as a child that I had to look at every single time I went up to my fucking bedroom, I remember the teaching was like, we're all connected. You know what I mean? We're supposed to treat each other the way we want ourselves to be treated. And Jesus loved everybody in the sense that Jesus knew that the people outside of him were just him too. They were just another little slice of God in a little different form, you know? And that has been something that has really come to the forefront of my practice again, because that's also at the root and core of who I am as a human being and the way I was raised, like on this earth, ever since I could remember, you know, was I believed in God, and Jesus was the shit. You know, Jesus was cool kid, man. Like, he was somebody who I looked up to, you know. Granted, the Mormon flavor of Jesus Christ was a little terrifying, I won't lie to you, but like now in my practice, like knowing that Jesus is just a prophet of God and one of many, and an example of how we can live in alignment with God or live in alignment with divinity. Like, you would actually be surprised at how, you know, Jesus Christ has some of the most radical teachings for living a spiritual and mystical life path today. And you should definitely go check out Ruby Magdalene on TikTok if you have not, because she is chef's fucking kiss. If there's a reason why I downloaded TikTok, it was because I was meant to come across a Ruby Magdalene. I swear to God. Ruby Magdalene and Twitchy Witch, those people. Got a little excited there. But anyway, that's where my practice really pivoted now, is to radically love thy neighbor like I want to be cared for, and realizing that everybody outside of me is literally me too. Christ consciousness. Like, how could I ever be jealous of what people get or experience when that's mine too? Does that make sense? Like, sometimes it's really hard to wrap your brain around it, especially when we've been so conditioned to see other people like as their own individuals. Like, the American way is individualistic culture, and it is because like that's the best way to maximize your profit, is when we have the biggest ego possible, right? And the way to get a human being to have the biggest ego possible is to tell them that all that matters is you, and all you have is yourself, and you have to win or you die. Like, that's the American dream, motherfucker. Anyway, so me, in my practice now, like, I refuse to continue to live a life where my practice was small. The spells that I were casting were small, brother. Like, the spells that I'm casting now are, I can't even tell you. You know what I mean? Like, Pickle Chip says, nope, not allowed to talk about that. I'm like, oh, well, okay. You know, but it's like, all I'll say is that now, like, I'm doing things that my younger self never could have imagined in her dizziest little daydreams. She could have never thought that this was possible. I could have never thought that what I'm doing in my practice is possible. Why? Because I didn't have Pickle Chips. And I didn't have a couple other dragons that I'm working with that I'm not allowed to share with you just yet. But like, I didn't have Pickle Chips. You know, I didn't have this new change of guard type of team. You know what I mean? Like, I have like the adult team, like Azura's adult dragon guardian team now. Like, and it's extremely, extremely, extremely grueling work. And like, I know that like I need to make content in a way where other white people are gonna get inspired to do it like I do in their own way. Like, I need you to work with your own spirit teams to radically protect what's precious too. Like, we gotta talk about that on my channel, because like, I just am a little anxious by how I don't see content like that really anywhere. You know? I see a little bit of it here and there. I really love the White Woman Whisperer. But the reason why I say what I'm saying, and the reason why it's so important in my practice, is the same reason why I'm wearing the kufiya right now. Because why are we killing them? Please click the link in my channel to help me reunite my family that I'm sponsoring, Mara and Omar. I'm trying to reunite Omar with his wife, Mara. So it would really mean the world to me. But here's the thing. I wouldn't be doing things like sponsoring families from Gaza if I wasn't working with dragons. Do you understand me? Like, my dragon guardians tell me that I only matter if I make a difference. They're like, you're a piece of shit if you keep your life to yourself. You're a piece of shit if you hoard your treasure and you don't share it. You're a piece of shit if you keep your privilege for your own protection and privacy. That's what it's like working with dragons. And if you're working with any other kind of dragons, I've never seen it. I've never seen that kind of dragon, because every single kind of dragon that I work with, some are very kind, some are very strict, and they're all in between. But they've always been like, we protect the nature of the world. And last time I checked, like, indigenous peoples are nature. And like, I'm really about to open a can of worms here, but I think a lot of white people today are so far removed from their indigenous heritage, because if you go back far enough, everybody has indigenous heritage to their lands. people who identify too hardcore as white have like lost their touch with nature. It's a problem, you know? Like, and my dragon guardians remind me of this. Like, this is where my spiritual practice is at after 20 fucking years, bro. Like, if you're not doing the hard shit like this, and you're not willing to mess up, and you're not willing to be like, yeah, like, this is gonna get me censored if I talk about the real stuff, like, yeah, this is gonna get me in trouble maybe with my agency, like, yeah, this is gonna make me sometimes hard to market, but it's like, you know what, like, my dragon guardian, like, if I really am the person of like magic, like, this whole channel was created to see if magic is real, and if I really am trying to put my money where my mouth is, I will continue to show up as my dragon guardians tell me to. I will continue to do what they tell me to in my craft, and the numbers and the money and the whatever the fuck I want and I'm trying to build will follow, and it will for you too. If you just sit with yourself and you really ask yourself, you're like, what am I avoiding? What do I never want to do? What would I rather die before I do? Maybe talk about your trauma. Yeah. Maybe talk about the difficult shit that's going on in your family. Yeah. You know? Maybe talk about the difficult situation that you're dealing with at school to your parents. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, talk about the difficult shit you're seeing on your For You page. Yeah. You know, like, there's just a lot, man. Like, but one thing that I will say is that after 20 years in my practice, never has my practice ever been more intense. Never has it ever been more advanced, overwhelming, difficult to follow, making me feel like an absolute beginner. I feel like a novice all over again with where I'm at in my practice. But guess what? I've never been more happy. I'm sure you can tell. I'm sure you can tell that I just fucking glow these days because I've invested the time to heal my brain. I've quit the addictions. I've literally found the right people for my life. Like, I have cultivated the proper relationship within myself. I have rewired my brain. I have literally like exercised some of the trauma out of my body. I'm healing my issues. Like, I am not completely finished. But do you know what? I've never been better, and I've never been more ready to take on the world, and I've never been more ready to show up and who I'm meant to be, and I've never been more ready to speak up. And while I'm still terrified to just like jump on live and like talk to you guys the way that I do, like, I've always been afraid to do this, but my dragon guardians have always wanted me to do this, and Pickle Chips was the one who told me now is the time and I have to do this. And this is, I hope you guys know that this is how I maintain a relationship. It's part of the requirement with my relationship with Pickle Chips. Like, does that make sense to you guys? Like, I have to go live as much as possible. It is one of, like, I guess you could say, my orders from Pickle Chips. I don't have to follow what Pickle Chips says. I'm not obligated to. I can say, fuck you. No, I'm not going to do that. And, you know, I do not make it every single day, you know? But the point is like, it's the impact that matters. It's the intention that is needed. It is the practice of me going live as much as possible and talking like this that is what heals not only my nervous system, but it's healing you guys too, even when I don't think that's what's happening. Like, because sometimes, like, when I share the really uncomfortable hard stuff, sometimes when I cry on camera and it's really uncomfortable for me to be vulnerable, and sometimes it's like I'm doing that to like 5 people watching, it's really awkward sometimes, but like, Pickle Chips reminds me that it doesn't matter what the numbers say. I'm just supposed to show up and start talking and interact with you guys in the chat, because that is the point. The point isn't the algorithm. The point isn't any of that. And Pickle Chips says, just watch. Just do what I say and watch. And like, damn. Like, do I need to change the channel name to Pickle Chips? Like, I don't know. But like, it feels that way. Like, it feels like literally like my dragon guardians have overtaken the channel now. Like, the download I'm kind of like receiving is like I plant, like, the channel is the seed that I planted and the tree grew, and the channel is the, like, the tree growing, and then like the channel is bearing fruit, right? It like bared fruit, and then they plucked it, right? So my dragon guardians took the fruit of the tree that is my channel and grew it, and now, like, with the harvest, like, they're like pruning and preening the tree now. So like they're like caring for the tree and the channel now, right? Wow, that's very profound image. Thank you, guardians, for that. But it's because if it were any other way, I think I might be a little too unsure of how to properly manage this channel, if that makes sense. Because there's just like so many variables that are, you know, at play that like just haven't come to the public yet. But like, it's just been a lot of like years of work, like my life, like I've dedicated so much of my life to this to like just where I'm at with my channel and where I'm at with my practice, you know. And it's all been because no matter what has happened to me in my life, I have refused to let it take away my joy. You know, my mom always called me her joy, you know, and I have very vivid memories of just her just like being like, "You're my joy, baby girl," just kind of things like that. And it's like, you know what? I'm never gonna sacrifice my joy for anyone. And what brings me joy is, after everything that I've been through, and after forcing myself to not really speak about what I really wanted to talk about when I had a fucking YouTube channel for so long, it really is so liberating and cathartic to just come on live and hang out with you guys, you know. Like, it feels like we're on FaceTime, if that makes sense, you know. Like, that's kind of like the point of the lives, is to like feel like we're like hanging out, like we're on FaceTime. And it's like, I want to have a place where we can continue to go to, and we can continue to hang out and check in with each other, because that's what matters on the planet. And the people who are really truly like masters of their craft will be the first to tell you that their entire practice now is dedicated to being in service of others, or in service of their community, or in service of humanity, you know, because that is why witchcraft exists in the first place. That is why spirituality exists in the first place, is because the people who were spiritual people were really respected elders, really respected individuals in their communities before modern times. Why? Because they had the ability to go beyond the veil, or to get information or knowing from beyond the veil and give it to their community to help them better their lives, you know? I will never know all of the revelations that they had in those moments in their communities, because I didn't live there, right? In this body anyway. But you have to know that when you work with dragons, or when you work with spirituality, or when you work with witchcraft, you're stepping into the unknown. And working with the unknown is not for everyone, because some people are going to overthink the unknown. And when you overthink the unknown, and you start to try and label the unknown that you have overthought, which you really don't know because it's called the unknown, that is when we get issues. And that is when some people break their minds and get really scared when they can't face the unknown about themselves, usually. And then they'll like revert to Christianity, or like they'll revert to another religion, sometimes, not all the time, and they'll be like, "Oh, witchcraft is evil, blah blah blah, like that shit's demons, blah blah blah." And it's just like, no, like, you might not have been able to work with the unknown, and you just didn't realize, because you got to too big of a level. And this is why I'm an avid advocate for working with dragons in your practice and working on getting very comfortable with them first, because in my experience, nothing but like God can overrule a dragon. Like the fuck? If you believe in God, right? You know, like some would argue that like God is a dragon, right? So that's fair too. But like you have to understand that like it's so many things that you'll never know. And the more you learn in your practice, the more you're not gonna know. Like that's how this works. It's the law of paradox, right? It does feel like hanging out with other like-minded people. Hell yeah, Christy, that makes me so happy to hear that. I feel very much a beginner too. I think, you know what I think? I think the true wise masters are the children. And I think the more we age, the more we become beginners again. And in order to not become beginners again and to become wise elders, we must work really hard for that knowledge and that experience to cultivate that wisdom so we're able to help the next generation, if you will. Yeah. So I'm gonna just cheers off camera really quick. Seeing all these stuffed animals on camera really makes me wish I had some of my other ones on my bed. I'm gonna have to like go through my stuffed animals again and see which ones I want to keep and stuff. We are all the eternal students of the craft or life in general. I agree, Star Girl. That's why I feel like children are the wisest ones of us all, because they're like they're like the freshest off the press, if you will. Like children are the closest to God you can get, in my opinion. Or I don't want to say the word purity because that's not the word. The word would be, there's a good word here, just give me a second. I think uncorrupted would be the word, you know, unprogrammed, if you will. I found one of the best make-believe channel. Holy cost! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for joining the chat. Welcome to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. If you're here to watch me through the lens of this being make-believe, that really fascinates me. I would love for you to leave comments. Just if you start hating on me, that's when we're gonna block you. But just so you know. But I believe in dragons, you know, and dragons made my dream come true in music. So if you like music, stay tuned. Should I show you guys some of my song? I haven't recorded vocals yet, but I think I might. Maybe I can show you guys like the first couple songs. I don't know. Can you still call it a daily dose at this point? Yeah. Pickle Chip says, you better listen, because Alex is saying the right things. Alex is telling the truth for sure. But yeah, I need to be more on top of this shit. You right, Alex? Fair. Yeah. But I'm just happy that I'm even able to be live right now. I was kind of nervous that this wouldn't be the right time, but I'm really happy that it seems to be a pretty good one. What you've said about working with the unknown resonated a lot. It can be scary and requires so much mental fortitude and faith. Exactly, Christy. Literally, like I know so many people who have wanted to like learn, like in my personal life. This is why I won't like teach people in my personal life my craft anymore, or like just the craft in general, like if they're like friends or whatever, because like I would begin to teach a lot of them and they would either take it their own really fucked up weird way, and then I just like, I don't know what happened after that, or basically like they would get to a certain point where they would crack. Or they like wouldn't necessarily listen to my, what's the word? They wouldn't listen to my direction about the protection of the process, right? And they wouldn't listen to necessarily like the order or the reasoning of why like certain respect is needed, or like, you know, just like respect of the spirits, and like, you know, just even simple things like making sure that you clean your space or whatever when you're trying to like attract something like new, or you're trying to like, you know, just be considerate of spirits, you know, like it can be easy to say, oh, I'm depressed, my spirit is oh, I'm depressed, my room is like super like messy, but like my spirits don't care, like they're still gonna come and visit me. Like, valid, but like also like let's not ignore the fact that like clutter like hoards like energy too. Like it like traps like energy, right? Our daily dose of dragon feather is like a multivitamin. Star girl, you're so funny. Oh my gosh, I love that. That's so sweet. Why am I so tangled? Oh my gosh, I'm like so tangled. Hold on, gotta like fix this shit. There we go. That blanket is just like a little too much, but here we go. Yeah, so all I was gonna say is like, I don't teach people in my like real life, like in-depth my craft anymore. Like I don't mentor them, if you will, because it just has never gone well. Like yeah, like I do the stuff online. You know, and I really hope that one day I'll be able to like host in-person classes at like a location, you know, or like have a studio of my own where I like do something like that. Or, you know, the real dream would be to like create a like witchy school called the Hatchling House, or like the Hatchling Houses or something like that. I don't know. I digress. I'm just basically like really at this point where my guardians are telling me to basically, like at the very least the basic knowledge that I have, they want me to like recreate and document that, I guess. And they also want me to share anything that I've learned that I feel comfortable with and feel could help people, and share the stuff that helped me the most along the way. But to use my discernment in what is like good to share or not, if that makes sense. Do you have any advice to bring spirituality into household cleaning rituals? Yes, I definitely would recommend incense. I use dragon's blood incense for cleansing my space, but at the end of the day, for cleansing rituals, like start just cleaning your entire house. Anything you do that is like considered a cleaning thing, like when you go through the motions of it, like either speak intentions over what you're doing, or at least think it if there's like other people around you and like you can't like say it or say those kinds of things out loud, or it would be weird. So like for example, when you're doing the dishes, like scrub off all of the like maybe bad thoughts that you might have, or maybe difficult thoughts that you might have around eating or food. That's kind of one for like me, at least. I have a lot of difficulty with like textures, and you know, with like food, like just like the process of eating frustrates me sometimes. So I like try to infuse like my dishes to make it easier, if that makes sense. But honestly, just really prioritizing in your identity that you're a clean person and that you love to cleanse your space. A lot of us identify with being exhausted people who don't have time, which is valid for many reasons. I'm not trying to deny that. All I'm saying is that like you're able to have an identity that conflicts your reality, and sometimes you can't completely live up to that identity, but having such an extremely conflicting identity in a positive way, or being positively unhinged, if you will, can help you really make a difference in those kinds of things. I've realized that cleaning is truly a form of protection if you really want to be honest about it. The energy of people's homes that are clean versus the energy of people's homes that are not are simply just, they just hold different energies. It's like night or day, to be honest. And I have always identified with a person who is unclean, and it's because no adult ever taught me how to properly clean my space as a child. I have a lot of trauma around cleaning, unfortunately. Especially as a woman, I have a lot of trauma around cleaning, unfortunately. I think a lot of women probably have trauma around cleaning. Think about it. If you are a woman, or you were like assigned like female at birth, or if you were like identify as feminine. So yeah, that might be a little bit of a hidden nugget there that you wish didn't exist, but it does for me at least. I really hate how, especially like my parents kind of traumatized me with cleaning. Like, I was never allowed to like sleep in on the weekends or like during the summer, like past like a certain time, and then I had to like clean, and it was just like really traumatizing. And like if I didn't do it a certain way, it just didn't work out, and I don't know, man, it was just a lot, right? So I also had like one of my exes was like, had like OCD diagnosed, like germaphobe OCD diagnosed, and it was extraordinarily difficult. So I had a lot of cleaning trauma around that too. So some tips that have helped me, yeah. But the thing is that like I have to like really be gentle with myself when I clean, and I have to take it one step at a time. And cleaning has like become something that I like incorporate into my everyday. It's like something that I try to do in passing, in like the in-between moments, you know what I mean, or transition periods. Like if like my boyfriend's in the shower, for example, that was what I would consider a transition period, because I would be like alone. It's like we might have just like been in the studio, and now we're gonna like go watch a movie and eat dinner, and like before we do that, he's gonna shower, and like I'm gonna have like, you know, X amount of time to do whatever. And so in that in-between time, I would be like, oh, let me just like, you know, like maybe find like a couple videos that I want to watch and like clean, or like maybe let me just like, you know, like brush my teeth, or like, you know, things like that. And just trying to be easy on yourself. You don't have to do everything right now. Just try and develop one major new habit that'll take a huge chunk of your problem out of the way. And for me, that is laundry, and I'm pretty sure that is most people. And if you just prioritize doing a load of laundry once a day, and just try and make that a habit of your life, and try to just make it such a monotonous habit of your life that you don't even realize you do it all the time. Like, you're just so good at laundry, you don't understand that you're doing it. It just happens. It's so fucking automatic that you could literally sing a cappella the Christmas carols or whatever the fuck while you're doing it. I don't know what the hell I'm saying. But my point is that it's like become so ingrained in just like your natural process. It's like breathing. So you don't, excuse me, are you live right now? Hi, babe. Yeah, I'm live. Is this real? You're live? 10 a.m. Yes, I'm awake. Yeah, I've been live, babe, for like, how long have I been live, guys? I don't know how long this is. This is over 2 hours, I think. Yeah. You should come say hi. You really should. I got into witchcraft when I was a teenager and didn't treat the spirits with respect. Do you have any advice for making amends? Yes. So let's see. For example, I did the same thing, especially as a white girl. So this one right here. This is white sage. This was actually a gift to me. And like in my practice, I used to like burn white sage, but I don't anymore, because my dragons basically told me how like you can do whatever you want, but like when you do things like that have like historical weight to them, like historical spiritual weight is the word I would use to them, like you're almost invoking their pain in a way if it's not meant for your hands. Does that make sense? And so now when I get things like Palo Santo or I get things like white sage, I will literally go return it to the earth as part of my practice now instead of burying it, or instead of burning it, excuse me. So I will bury it and say like almost like it's like, what's the word? You know when these YouTubers fuck up, right, and they make their apology videos, they're saying, I'm taking accountability. Accountability is not like a one-time thing, right? Like I'm a huge advocate for saying that accountability is a practice, just like witchcraft or just like soccer is a practice. Accountability only works when you continue to do it. And so part of my practice now is to offer things that I used to use in my practice back to the spirits of the earth and back to the spirits of the ancestors that are not mine, to hope that it like kind of helps. It kind of helps energetically right things, if that makes sense, or it helps me kind of like make amends, take accountability every time, just to like, I know that when I did this, like I realize now like how like grave this was, like how what this actually meant now. So like this is me saying I'm like, I acknowledge that, if that makes sense. But this is just the way that like my dragon guardians have kind of like directed me to do it, if that makes sense. You do have to be gentle with yourself and give yourself grace with these things. So do I, because I have ADHD, so it's extra hard to clean, but I make it intention and ritual, and that helps. Christy, same. That's the only way it really works for me too, is because when I try to make it like just normal, like my brain can't like take it seriously, but when I make it sacred, like then it becomes the most important part of my life, like because of who I am as a witch, you know what I mean? Like as a draconic witch, like my guardians basically say like anything I own, they own, and I have to treat it like it's theirs, if that makes sense. Like, so that means like even my room, right? Like even my bathroom, like even my closet is like now sacred space in a way that like needs to be treated like an altar. And like, don't get me wrong, I understand that I have chronic health issues and sometimes it's hard for me to like move things and clean things and whatever, but it's like at the end of the day, like I can also use that as an excuse as much as I want to just be like, maybe I'll do it tomorrow, maybe I'll do it tomorrow, until next thing I know a year has passed again and I still haven't cleaned my room. Like that's what like 2020, 2021 and 2022 was like, you know. So it was really, really unfortunate. I needed every single one of those tips. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy that it helped, Sophia. I'm trying to quit weed, but am struggling due to treatment-resistant depression. Any tips for stepping into my power? My will keeps faltering. Seti the Red. I really recommend adopting a breathwork practice and a physical activity practice, even if that means that you just force yourself to take a walk in nature at a certain time that you like or feel comfortable with, and really address why you're so dependent on the weed. I struggle with the weed too, and it's like sometimes like yes, I use it for my chronic health issues, but like when I sometimes drink too much of it, or like recreationally drink too much of it, or when I smoked it a little too much, or like for recreational or socially, that was really difficult for me to quit until I was able to identify that I was using it to help me take my mask off and feel more able to connect with people and able to articulate myself. And then when I realized that, I had to understand that the only thing that was going to work for me was radical acceptance of who I am and declaring that I was safe the way I wanted to show up. And no matter what happened to me, like, I couldn't live my life in fear anymore. I had to show up the way I wanted to, and I had to live the life I wanted to right now, because right now is all I had, and it really is that serious. P.S. I dreamt of dragons again, so I know they're there. I just can't learn their lessons while high and craving all the time. Exactly, Seti the Red. That's why I wasn't able to speak with pickle chips until I quit smoking. That was one of the huge barriers. Pickle chips was like not until you quit the smoking, which is funny because I also had such a hard time quitting my habit of smoking, because I had such a huge identity attached to it with like being dragon-like and feeling like a dragon. When I did smoke, it made me feel, I guess, powerful and protected in a way. And I also had a lot of my practice, like a lot of my spiritual practices were around smoking. But at some point it's like it was out of balance, you know? And so I really was just in a position where I was like, if I keep doing this, like, I kind of have like already got everything I needed to out of this, and it's actually kind of starting to hurt my practice, if that makes sense. 'Cause tonight will be the night that I will fall for you over again. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for Freezy Dorito. We appreciate you. I started by intentionally and progressively weaning down for like a couple of weeks until I removed it from my environment. My mindset was, if I can break the addiction, I'd smoke occasionally, socially. Interesting. Alex Turnbull, does anyone remember that, like, I used to have like an alter ego nickname called Azurlit Dragon Further? That's how much I smoked. Like, it was pretty bad. Let me stop. Sophia, that's really good advice. Weaning off. Personally, weaning off did not work for me. I had to quit cold turkey, so it really just depends, I think, who you are. I wish I could use it productively, but I immediately play games 24/7, and I don't take care of myself the moment I smoke. Yeah, I do the same way, Seti the Red. That's why I couldn't smoke anymore. I really did. Oh my gosh, are you gonna make this a sing-along? Okay. I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Wait, how does the beginning of that song go? One thing, I don't know why, it doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind, I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by while the pendulum swings. Watch it fly by, by the end of the day, the clock ticks life away. So unreal. Watch it go out the window, or something like that. You know, it's a good song. Anyway, I do remember your smoking alter ego. That's so cringy for me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro, these are my people for real. Welcome, Frezio Dorito. You are hatchling now. You have to subscribe. I really would hope that I could get every single song you give me. I am in the music industry, so I kind of got that on you, maybe. But yeah. Let's see. I'm off and on with the vape, but after this card's gone, I didn't even want to buy another. Sophia, if it helps, the carts come from the Congo, okay? Please don't buy e-cigarettes, okay? Please don't. Please don't. I love Linkin Park. Me too. Oh my gosh. You guys love Linkin Park? Did you guys know that for 1,000 Suns, there was a laserium laser show for it? At the release party, it was the coolest thing one of the coolest things that I've ever gotten to go to, because my dad did the laser show for it. I know, that's like super cool lore of mine. Like, Dragon Father's the best. If he was here in the chat, like, hype in the chat for my dad. But I was able to meet like the band. It was so cool. I didn't get to meet Chester, unfortunately, because of just stuff that he was going through, but may he rest in paradise. So yeah, we love the Linkin Park. The Linkin Park make me very happy. I'm sorry, I do random accents sometimes. Please let me know if they're offensive and I will stop doing them. I don't think they're offensive. I try my best to be good. But anyway, immediate subscribe. Hell yeah, that makes me so happy. Please, my friend, call me Freesia? Freesia. Am I saying that correctly? I completely understand. I need to learn how to operate sober, but I don't give myself that time. I hear my gods like, come on, babe, you got this, but I don't got this. I will quit. I just struggle. Seti the Red. It's like, quitting things like that is like really a mindset thing. At least it was in my experience, right? Like, I wasn't gonna quit smoking weed until I stopped believing it was difficult, right? Like, I had to start believing that I just didn't care anymore. Like, I had to start choosing that I didn't care more than I was like, I struggle, right? And remember that your brain has neuroplasticity, and what that means is that it's constantly able to change. And the neurons that fire together will wire together in your brain. And if you have had a substance dependence or an addiction, or you've used something to alter your state in any way, shape, or form over a prolonged period of time, you have created such strong pathways of reward in your brain to cope with things and just to live your life that make you comfortable. And that is what you're trying to break. That is the only struggle you have. So if that helps kind of like put your struggle into a physical perspective, the only thing you have to overcome is the neurons wired in your brain that want you to fire that way, right? Fire as in like operate your body, because we're electrical beings, right? So all you have to do is recreate a new pathway in your brain that is disgusted with smoking, that is disgusted with like not being sober. Or you have to create an identity that's so in love with being sober you don't want to sacrifice the sacredness of that, if that's your path. Like for me, I eventually want to stop consuming weed. Why? Because it actually brings me down sometimes with how much I've done the work in my spiritual journey, and it's truly just a medication. And now my side effects is sometimes paranoia, sometimes cotton mouth, and sometimes like I just feel a little bit groggy, you know? So it's like Frieza. Oh, okay, I love that. Rest in peace, Chester. Honestly, yeah. I share because you're full of wisdom. I know I have the power and I'm choosing not to take it. Well, then Seti the Red, like, all you're here doing is confirming that you already have the wisdom too. Like, you already know probably the path that you're meant to take and what you have to do and how you have to get there, because all of it's already written within. You know what I mean? The only reason why I know what I know is because I've taken the time to sit within and do the hard work, but like I still have more hard work to do. Like I still don't have like the clean room, and I still don't have like, you know, like just like there's a lot, you know what I mean? But it's like the only barrier in between those things is my identity with it, which is why my dragon guardians tell me now that I have to go live as much as possible, because how else are we really going to be able to see the progress in real time unless like it's documented, right? brain rewiring is life-changing. Exactly, Stargirl. That's the only reason why I'm here right now. Was scrolling on YouTube Shorts and came in at just the right time. Just ran out of weed and was thinking about getting some even though I want to quit, but you helped me reconsider. Tad Baderbaum. Dude, welcome to your daily dose of dragon feather. It's really funny in retrospect that I called this the daily dose of dragon feather when like I'm a fucking recovering addict. That is hilarious, brother. Thank you, Tad, for making me realize that right now, because that makes me giggle a little bit. But if you're new here, hi, my name's Azura. I've been making videos on this platform for arguably too long, and I post about music and magic and dragons, so if you're interested in that, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And also, I do this thing called the Daily Dose of Dragon Feather because my dragon guardians tell me I need to go live and hang out with the hatchlings. So if you want to be a hatchling, come join us. We are awesome. It's funny because I did quit and I did great. I tried it once, a month later, and bam, study the red. Yeah, relapse is normal though. You know, like, you can't be angry at yourself. Like, you're not gonna shame yourself into recovery. Study. Like, that was the hardest thing. That was the hardest thing I had to learn. I wasn't gonna shame myself out of smoking. I wasn't gonna shame myself like out of like the reason why I was smoking. Like, once I realized the reason why I was smoking and I was able to take care of that need outside of smoking in a conscious, just acknowledging way, all I had to do was really just acknowledge, hey, the reason why I'm smoking is because I'm in so much pain and I don't want to talk about it. But I know I need to talk about it and I'm scared. So I'm going to smoke about it. Boo. Boo. And then when I realized that, then I could shame myself out of it. I was like, boo, you piece of shit, you have so much cool shit to say. Like, boo, we love your music, why? Like, boo, how many opportunities are you taking away from people to hear your music, to hear your words, to hear your wisdom? Like, boo, you're wasting yourself. Like, boo. Like, I had to like do that because like the smoking, at least for me in my journey, it was like literally killing my ability to sing. Like, I wasn't, like, you hear how high I talk now? Like, if you go back in my videos when I was a smoker, I'll try. I was probably like talking more like this. Like, I was like talking so much lower because of my smoking. But like, that hurts my voice now. But that's like what I sounded like when I normally talked, like right after I hit the bong. Like, sometimes my voice was lower than my boyfriend's. It killed me. It really did. It really killed me. So now I'm just really grateful that like I really was like, you know what, the fuck, like, I am not gonna do this. And you know what, chances are pickle chips lets me know that chances are, if y'all are on a spiritual path and you want to work with dragons and you break your addictions, chances are that that's when they'll let you know that they're like, hey, we knew you're gonna do it. Like, hey, we've been watching you the whole time, knowing you were gonna be a pop star. All right? You never know. I smoked one time and it was terrible. And I never did it again. It scared the crap out of me. Yeah. What did you smoke? Like weed or like cigarettes? Because the first time I smoked cigarettes was with one of my exes who loved smoking for a minute. And I hit my cigarette like I hit joints. When I tell you I nearly passed away, I thought I was gonna pass away. Like, everything went like dark, brother. Like, my vision went away. I like got the spins. I like couldn't breathe. I was coughing. I like was dying to get a breath. No, thank you to cigarettes. Boo. Like, really bad, actually. But then, guess what got me? Oh, the flavored air. The flavored nicotine air. I was in a chokehold. On Flumes. Flume had me in a chokehold for like a year and a half. It was really scary. I think it was one of those weed pens. The way I didn't even know what it actually was also scared me. Yeah, all of the like e-cigarettes and stuff like that, please stop consuming them. Like, especially nowadays, like I'm just so scared for what the hell is in that shit. Like, trust, I've done a lot of drugs. I've also done a lot of experimental drugs. I've also done a lot of drugs off the street, and you know what? I'm not saying that to brag. I am saying that as somebody who's gone through so much fucking trauma, who was willing to do anything to cope with it. Because everywhere that I should have been able to go to cope with it was failing me systemically. That is the truth, okay? And chances are that that is probably why you might have gotten into your addictions as well, is because the people and the systems and the communities around you that are supposed to be there to support you have systemically failed you. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best to make this a safe space for us to at least find solace in our community. I have a question. I have an answer. What's up? I actually might also have to run to the bathroom in a second because I am just not used to doing lives this early in the morning. You feel me? But hey, you know what I mean? Do you not like Renaissance festivals? Oh my god, that's crazy. If you were here earlier in their live, I actually shared a story for the first time about a Renaissance festival that I went to when I was younger. I used to go all the time. I got this little heart from a guy at the festival. I'm not going to tell the story again, so if you are curious, please go rewatch the live when this is over to hear the story. But I got this from somebody at a Renaissance festival, and this guy basically told me it was a crystallized dragon tear, and I had to sleep with it under my pillow to meet the red dragon if I was supposed to. Do you know what I mean? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Yeah, that was when I was like, what, 5 or 6? So the dragon lore goes really deep with me. So if you're into that kind of thing, we are your people. So I'm gonna just cheers to that. And then I'm pretty sure you guys would rather me just run to the bathroom and come back than end the live and see you tomorrow. So I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I'll see you back. And I'll see you in a second. But yeah, let's see. Let me just... Hello, I'm back. Okay, let's see. Were you guys chatting while I was gone? Okay, let's see. I love Renaissance festivals. Awkward silence. Sorry guys. I know I had to go, but it had to be done. It had to be done. You guys are in luck because I'm gonna have to go feed my cat really quick so you guys get to see the cat. That's a good one. My main lesson right now is sacrifice, and I think that's part of the dragons too. I can't serve the greater good without giving up all these excuses, because that's all they are, valid or not. Yes, Seti the Red, and let me tell you something else. Before you launch yourself, and if you really want to get good at like transforming yourself and elevating yourself and launching yourself into like better places that you see for yourself, when you aim at the place that you want to go, you have to aim by understanding what you need to let go of in order to get there. The way to aim at your dreams is by releasing and relinquishing the things that are holding you where you are from that place specifically. And every single location you want to go from where you are right now, what you have to let go of will be different to get there. And there will be different ways to have the same thing too. So like, this is why trusting yourself is so important, and working with your guides is so important, and overcoming your challenges is so important early as possible, because the sooner you can do that, the sooner you can show up for yourself, and the sooner you can create the life that you want. And you know what? A lot of these people who are talking about manifestation is also a very easy way to go to the alt-right pipeline, and it's a very easy way to go into like just, what's the word? Keeping, especially women, like stupid, I guess I should say, or delusional, I guess I should say. Some would argue that I'm one of them, but I'll let you debate that in the comments. I'll let you debate that in the comments. Crazy to be here. I've been subscribed to Azure for years, but the algorithm showed me less and less as time went on. Glad to be back. Tad, that's amazing. I'm a Fae practitioner who does some leaning into dragons. I had actually made a sigil for psionic dragon awakening some years ago. It was deeply enlightening. Tad Baderbaum, that's insane. Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, you know, I'm really sorry that like I just kind of started showing less and less. It's because I started posting less and less. But yeah, dude, like I'm glad to be back, especially like just with these daily doses. And I'm starting to do, because like unfortunately you can't post like YouTube shorts that are longer than a minute, or like 90 seconds or something like that. Same with Instagram. So like I'm doing these like deep dives with dragons on my TikTok. I would love to do them on YouTube as well, but like I just can't post the like longer videos in the short form style. And I don't really have time, or like don't want to like necessarily pay the editors to like edit all the things differently. It's just a lot. So I want to like make sure that like what we pay like the editors is like the good work, you know what I mean? Like the work that like, not the good work, but like the work that I really want to like share, if that makes sense. Try to be really intentional about it, right? So now I'm just kind of like wanting to do these deep dives on TikTok, because there's also a huge gap. There's like just like we need some more like we need some more solid like dragon witchy content that I want to provide on TikTok as well. But my dragon guardians tell me that like, especially for like the newer generation of like practitioners, like nowadays, that are just getting to witchcraft like now and in the 2020s and on, it's really through the short form content that they're really resonating with it. And my dragon guardians tell me that I should just really make content like that too, because, you know, also my agencies like make the shorts for YouTube. Okay, but like I can't post the longer ones on YouTube, so dragon guardians say do it on TikTok. So if you're interested, we got that. Yes, we need more Dragon Witchy content. I don't see much of it. Creepy crawlers, well, I'm posting all of it on my TikTok. I feel like I'm sitting on my phone. Hold on. No, I know it's close though. Actually I want this heating pad. Hey, there it is. I just posted my first TikTok, like one that my Dragon Guardians told me to post for. It's like one of these trends. The trend is, what's it called? Like, the trend is basically where they said, if you asked me about like insert whatever, I'd tell you just like something basic, and then but if you really asked me about insert said topic, like I'd tell you a million things. So I basically said, if you asked me about dragons, I'd just tell you that I believe in them, but if you really asked me about dragons, and then I told you a bunch of things. So if you're interested, you might be interested in that. And I'm trying, my Dragon Guardians tell me that I need to go, what's it called? Bum, 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 bum. I had a thought and I got distracted by you guys in the chat. Because yes. Oh yeah, you're totally okay to be here if you're Christian. You are absolutely okay to be here. My whole channel, like, I know I started also a furry. No, that's awesome. I'm Dragonkin, so like I'm sure there's like overlap in our communities a little bit online. But basically I'm just gonna jump into like that for a second, because it's really important to like let everybody know that this channel did start out as me wanting to see if magic was real. That was the whole thing. Like when I was a kid, I literally started this channel to see if magic was real, and spoiler alert, it is. I figured it out, and I'm using my magic to make my dreams come true with music, and it's awesome. You should totally subscribe for the journey if you haven't already. But fun fact, now that I have discovered magic is real and my dreams are coming true with my magic, my Dragon Guardians say now it is my responsibility to learn as much as I can about all the other religions and faiths and spiritual practices around the world, and make this a space where it's safe for all of us to come together and learn about each other and make friends with each other and realize that we're not so different after all, and see where we overlap and see where we get curious and all the fun stuff. So you're absolutely welcome here. Seti, you can also do a cord cutting for the energy of addiction. Ooh, that's a great idea, Violet Maze. It has helped a lot of people as long as you truly believe it will work and do healing work on the trauma that caused you to turn to it. I can't make any promises, but I just felt strongly like I should share. Thank you, Violet Maze. I actually really would love to thank you for saying that, because I haven't really considered doing a cord cutting on an addiction, but I have done cord cuttings on abusive people, and I can confirm that it does indeed work. So yeah. Are you a nurse or doctor? No. I'm a witch doctor. Yeah. I'm not a witch doctor, but I probably shouldn't make jokes about that, actually. It might be offensive. But I try my best to be a healer, if that makes sense. So you're kind of in the same ballpark. Let's see. Taehung said no to ships. Okay. That's fair. All right. I'm gonna say like some stuff about me here since I'm new. Okay, that's cool. Share away. You're more than welcome to. If you were to go to this year's Renaissance Festival, would you dress as... Oh, every time I go to the Renaissance Festival, I dress as my Dragonkin form. My Dragonkin witchy form. So yeah. I mean, nowadays, that's what I would go as. But when I was a kid, I went mostly as like... Oh, 1 year? I won't spoil this whole story because I'll make an entire live about this story time. But 1 year, I'll get pictures for this live too. I went as a pirate crew with my family to a Renaissance fair. Fucking amazing. One of my uncles and aunts had like a ridiculous like archive of like pirate costume clothing that was like really high quality. Like what the hell. The purple eyeliner, Miss Ma'am. Oh, thank you. We need pics, yeah, but I have so many just iconic stories from that story time that I would absolutely love to grab myself the pics and make a whole live. I'll literally make the live called that one time I went to the Renaissance Fair in a pirate crew with my family or something along the lines. Yeah, it was really fun. I think my number one issue is loneliness. I've never really had support, so I have to do everything myself, and that's hard. Study the Red, that was really kind of the root issue for me too. It really turned down to like a nurturing problem. Like I lacked a certain type of emotional nurturing as a child because my parents couldn't handle my emotional needs. They were just like incapable, if that makes sense. That's cool. This year if I go, I want to be like a medieval crusader or a gnome. I don't know which one yet. Oh my gosh. Have you guys heard of like the gnome versus knights war on TikTok? I'm trying to be chronically online. It's part of my job. Isn't that annoying? It's just like the marketing stuff. Like marketing to like Gen Z is just like being chronically online. That's just, you know, it's what it is. You know, most people think I'm Gen Z, and I could argue that I am. So I really don't feel like I'm either Gen Z or a millennial, but I'm in there. I'm GS, I'm a real gnome for real. Oh my god. Guardian dragons are small, right? Dianic Witch, no. Dragon guardians are really just so different for every person. Like, how could you know or label them? Like, dragon guardians are as unique as the people they watch over, is what my guardians tell me. I am my own lover, therapist, and best friend, etc. My Capricorn ass sorts everything myself, but there is resentment and a disconnection from people. Study the Red. Do you know the story of Capricorn? Maybe this will help you. The story of Capricorn is about a sea goat father who had... Hold on. The story... This just helps me remember things. The story of Capricorn is about a sea goat father who had like his kids, which is like literally baby goats are called kids, so fun fact, but had his kids in the ocean, and he warned his babies not to go above the ocean. And one day they decided to go above the ocean, and they never came back because they were killed, right? By man, right? And so the story of Capricorn really is the story of the grieving father who lost their family because their family didn't listen to their wise words. And perhaps this could be a theme in your life. You have maybe given almost like, hey, like this hurts, or like, hey, this doesn't work, or like, hey, like this is gonna be bad, or like, hey, like we can make this better with people in your life or your family or loved ones. And it might have just always blown up in your face, and that can be really fucking hard to handle. Like really hard to handle. I am very close to being a Capricorn in the what's it called, in the zodiac with the 13th zodiac sign. am considered a Capricorn. Capriquarius gang over here. So I really relate to that story. That's why I kind of wanted to offer it to you right now. I am my own lover. Yeah, that's why I want to share that. Do you have a Discord? Oh my gosh, every time someone asks me if I have a Discord, I really need to make one. I will ask my team today about the Discord shit, because I just get that question almost every live now. Gibson is in his gnome era, and I'm all for it. How tall are you? Can you guess how tall I am? Spiritually, I love gnomes. Me too, I love gnomes. It's really hard, but I've been told by my guides I need to focus more on the things I'm blessed with and less on the things I lack in order to cultivate the life I really want. Yeah, Violet Maze, that's me too. My dragon guardians say that right now. I'm in a era in my life where I have such a unique balance in my reality that whatever I focus on will determine the day I have. So if I determine that I'm gonna focus on all the ways that like my partner isn't showing up for me, like if my boyfriend like is like super busy, or if he like you know, like decided to call before like he like said good morning to me or something like that. Like just like really simple things. Like if I focus on like the little things like that in a negative way, I'm gonna manifest like a negative day. But if I focus on like the positive things that like, oh, like he like tucked me in and he like, you know, made me food and he like, you know, watched movies with me and he was just like, he was really sweet and like helped me get like medicine or whatever it may be for the day, right? Like if I focus on that instead, then I'm gonna manifest a really good day for myself and then I'm gonna go to bed really happy. It's like literally I'm in this place where I'm like all like all in, man. It's like all about my eyeballs. You know? Um Creepy crawlers, I haven't actually heard them or seen them, but if you feel like you're being watched, then you're already feeling your guides because I felt that my whole life. It's more of a feeling because they communicate in frequency. Violet Maze, that's the best way to say it. They communicate in frequency. Yeah, like when my dragon guardians communicated with me, it's like I pick up on their frequency and I have to translate that to English. That shit's fucking hard. This is why Pickle Chips tells me, like, haha, how can you be so smart with a stupid language? Haha. And I'm like, haha, how can you be so smart with a stupid name, Pickle Chips? Haha. What do we do? What do we do with that? How I feel with my unicorns? Yeah, dude, I love mythical creatures. They're the fucking best. Sometimes guardians speak to me. Oh, Karina, that's amazing. Sometimes mine do too, but it's really, really rare that they do. The one that speaks to me the most in English though is Rosie, but she only like, but that's because like she knows that when she speaks to me in English, like I'm gonna feel really comforted by that. And Rosie's like really like a comforting dragon guardian to me, to be honest. Azura Pickle Feather would be a good Discord username. Oh, or Azura Dragon Chips. I think I like that one. Okay, sorry, that felt like autism. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Everyone is saying really long stuff in chat, so I'm gonna say something. So basically, Assassin's Creed originated from Altair, Assyrian assassin in Israel, and now they have Spartans and Sam. Is that? Did you just tell me Assassin's Creed is Israeli propaganda in so many words? That might have just blew my mind, and I have to go look at that. See, I hold resentment to my guides always telling me that because I choose gratitude daily, but we're human. I can feel happy but still depressed. Yeah, no, that's fair. I had my moment. I had to like go through that part of my path too with my dragon guardians, and looking back in hindsight, my Pickle Chips basically is saying like the journey that you're in, that we go through on this path, is essentially our initiation to accepting this as like our way of life. It's like the becoming of who we are, essentially, when we go through this like period of like doubt and resentment towards our guides. Like I went through this in 2020 where I was very much like gonna give up on my dragon guardians because they were quiet through most of my grieving of like the loss of my cat Keisha, and also of just like some of my family members that passed away. But once I went through that process and they left me alone because they wanted me to see how I was gonna learn how to grieve by myself. Like, how did Azura Dragon Feather grieve? You know, like how did like, you know, the other ones in the system, if you will, how do they grieve? You know what I mean? Like, how does that look like for us? You know, but yeah, it was bittersweet because they enabled me to not, they didn't coddle me through that. They enabled me to creatively express my grief and explore my grief in a way that was unencumbered by their presence or intervention, if you will. Yes, I did. Seti, I actually work with Aset as well, but I do not refer to Aset as by that name, so I hope that's okay. But Aset called me to bring resurrection to the world, so it makes sense I'd struggle with Great Depression and trauma, so I could understand how deep to reach. Yeah, exactly, Seti the Red. Then you already know what you're going through. Like, that's like kind of like the cost for entry, if you will, into the path that we walk. And it's really scary. It can be really intense. And I think the path and the part that you're at, Seti, if you ask me, is the part where a lot of these like really famous or popular spiritual teachers will get to, and then they'll crack and like all of a sudden like be like, oh, witchcraft is demonic, and like they'll be Christian again, or they'll like go to some other like something like that. And it's like really weird. And it's usually because they're unable to do the work that it takes to face their shadows, which is the roots of their trauma. And sometimes the roots of your trauma go so far back, you have to look so fucking far back in history. That's why my literal Dragon Guardians say decolonization is a part of your healing process, because it is interconnected to your trauma. Like, the reason why I have the trauma that I do is because I also inherited it. And a lot of the trauma that I have experienced, I'm learning that the women in my family have like generation after generation after generation gone through. And I'm like, what the fuck? How can I heal my trauma if I don't look at it through the lens of it being generation after generation after generation? And now we have scientific precedents that our genetics can, like, we can inherit trauma in our DNA, like it can be passed down. Like, let me stop on that one. All I know is I have a protector called Habit, and sometimes I feel him. He is very comforting and safe energy. Oh, I love that. That name is super cute, by the way, Habit. I pretty much became sick out of nowhere due to chronic illness. My entire body fell apart. I wake up in pain. I struggle to even cook, and no doctor or neuropath can help. I usually call them by their Egyptian names. Sometimes I interchange them. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. I on this channel I refer to him as Aset, just because I get pretty censored on this channel for political stuff sometimes, like in the back end, if you will. So her other name can be associated with a terrorist organization, unfortunately, so I can't say that on this channel if I can avoid it. Boo. Boo censorship, let me speak. I've learned to alchemize my pain through my fate guardians, one whom, which I've already told you about, weren't quiet during those times for me. I still had to face my shadows and do the work. Yeah, Karina Capucci, that makes sense. You know, like, that's been a huge thing with pickle chips too, you know, like, is the emotional alchemy, right? Like, I can continue to visit pain as a source of power, right? Like, it doesn't matter how many wounds I have, it doesn't matter how broken I feel. If I have pain points throughout my life, I'm able to pinpoint the pain and extract it and transmute that into whatever I need it to. It's like, because remember, energy can't be created nor destroyed, only transmuted, transferred, and transformed. And when we go through pain, that pain is transferred to us. And then when we have that energy, we either hold on to it and it creates disease in the body, dis-ease in the body, or we transmute that shit into healing, into power, into love, into light, into sometimes fucked up shit too, but like hopefully we're doing the good path here. Hopefully we're trying to evolve humanity for unity and love, and you know what I mean on this channel. But yeah, for sure. Thoughts on subs? Do they work? Subs, do you mean like subscribers? I would think so. I don't know. Anyway, that's enough about Assassin's Creed. Oh my gosh, did you rant about Assassin's Creed? Hold on. There's so much Assassin's Creed. Okay, there's Edward, an American assassin pirate who sails the seas, taking down the bad guys in the games that are called Templars, but they used to be called the Ancient Years, something I forgot, and then they have Shay, he used to be assassin, but now he's a Templar, but I don't know much about his game. Oh my goodness. That is enough about Assassin's Creed. Did you read? Yeah, I did read it, all about what you said. I was very interested. Yeah, I'm kind of obsessed with it. No, that's awesome. If that's your like special interest, it's giving. I'm sorry, it's giving like special interest to me, which fair, because arguably dragons is the only reason why I have validation in life. To be honest, the special interest in dragons started early over here, so there's a lot of lore. Yeah, no, I was pretty obsessed with watching my cousins play Assassin's Creed as a kid, and sometimes I had like dreams about it when I was like way back in the day with my cousins. You know, I had a very vivid like dream scenario. Subliminal on YouTube. Oh yeah. I've considered making some subliminals actually for my channel. But the thing is like some of the subliminals kind of take it a little too far. A lot of the subliminals, there's like a subliminal to like eating disorder pipeline, so please be careful about that one. There's also just like a lot of mental health stuff that you can get from doing subliminals without being like grounded, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, getting sick despite sucking has completely changed my perspective on light. It just gets heavy when you can't look after yourself easily. I'm gonna become as determined as you. Just watch. Yeah, hell yeah. No, that's all I had, you know what I mean? Like, and keep in mind, I had to become kind of like a determined little demon to never die in order to win the life that I have now, because that's the energy that it took to get here, to get out of what I got myself into previously, and to create who I am today. And I'm still, you know, creating who I'm going to become, right? But like, I had to make those decisions in order to attract the partner that I have today too, you know. There's no way I would have like someone like my boyfriend in my life if I wasn't like, if I hadn't already been doing the work for years on making myself a better version of myself, you know, because him and I have been friends for a long time. It's crazy. My boyfriend and I actually have a lot of lore. It's super crazy. We could make like a whole video about it. It's true. I'm thinking about making my own channel where I discuss philosophy, occultism, and maybe perhaps politics stuff. Right now I just do music, but I would love to make something more. So essentially just rebranding this channel. Oh yeah, dude, like that's kind of what I'm doing here too, you know, like this channel was like super like witchcraft and like dragon witchcraft for a while, and like I really want to like bring it back, you know. Hold on, I think my heating pad's not on. I want to bring it back to like, really? I want to bring it back to like also my roots of music, because I used to post music a lot on this channel and I hadn't in a long time. And I used to post a lot of covers on this channel, and I want to post ukulele short covers here, but I also want to post like, you know, just like alternate versions that Pickle Chips helps me make of like the different practices that I do in my craft, like just in an easy way to watch, you know, just because like I really love like what I do. And you know what, like if you are consistent and you do your best to post something quality and you do your best to like offer something of value in your content, like your people will find you. Like, you know, that's why like I don't prioritize like the number or the quantity of like comments I get, or like subscribers I get, or like viewers I get. It's not really that what's important to me. Pickle Chip says what's important is the quality of the connection between the viewer and the content and the creator. And I have to make content that resonates with me in order to not burn out this time. And that's why I make content the way that I do. And it's very uncomfortable with like my agency because I'm so drastically different from all the other talent. Like it's just, I'm just different, brother. I'm just geeky and cheeky and freaky little hatchlings. By subs I meant subliminals to connect to dragons. Yeah, you can try that. It's a great place to start. But likely won't be successful your first time. Like you just gotta keep trying, you know what I mean? I've heard of it, but I don't know if it's safe. Yeah, dude, it's only safe if you have confidence in it. Like, again, if you're gonna work with stuff like this, the occult, if you're gonna work with stuff like subliminals or witchcraft or dragons or anything like that, or alchemy or anything like that, like you have to have a certain level of confidence in yourself and a certain level of steadfastness in yourself that no matter what happens, you can handle it. And you don't have anything to be afraid of, because you know that like you're divinely protected. Like it's literally a mindset sometimes, but also taking the proper precautions to protect yourself and your craft is so important. Otherwise, like you just probably shouldn't be a witch, or you just probably shouldn't use this kind of a practice in your life if you're not, if it's like hard for you to like maintain a practice with like just the unknown being a part of it. You know, some people really struggle with like incorporating a variable of the unknown into their everyday life because it's not certain, and they need predictability, and they need like to be able to logically think about it and understand it in order to have like faith in it, I guess, or to believe in something. So it's not really for those kinds of people. You know, I don't really know what else to say other than that. I'm sorry, once I get comfortable with someone, I seem to rant about video games a lot. Do you play Animal Crossing? Because that's the one I'm obsessed with. A lot of us are obsessed with Animal Crossing on the channel here too. Have you heard about the CIA project where they used and experimented frequencies to manifest anything? I have those frequencies. Karina. You're not talking about the Gateway project, are you? Are you? I know that there was like these documents about the or like basically like the frequencies of our music were like changed from what they should be or something. At least that's what comes to mind when I read your comment. Where are you from? Muhammad Ali. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. I am from Denver, Colorado, but I am living in LA, California. I have the tapes. I have the frequencies. Oh my gosh, Karina. That's kind of amazing. I'm not gonna lie. OMG, it's the goat. Muhammad Ali, he's here. Dude, we've had such amazing people in this chat today. We've had Jesus Christ in this chat. We have Muhammad Ali in this chat. Just such a good one today. We're just on fire, my friends. On fire. Just realizing how many times I've said the word assassin in this life. Thank you. Please don't get it banned. I would appreciate it. We don't need your comment of assassin and Karina's comment of CIA to trigger the algorithm. You guys are funny. Help me, you're still alive. Yeah, Sophia. Should I be still alive? Probably not. But what else am I gonna do? You know what? Good morning. Are you bringing the child? You guys want to see my child? Sorry, the lighting setup is kind of ridiculous. Careful, don't touch the cord, it'll unplug it. Look at this one. These are my babies. Say hi, Nana. Oh my goodness. It's been 3 hours. Reminder to drink water. Hey baby, could you bring me some water, please? Thank you, sweet boy. He brought me a kitten. This is Nayala Canminas. I love her. She'll probably leave because she loves him so much. I can't directly upload them because actually uploading them would make them less effective, but I am more than willing to share them. Oh. The second she hears food, she's gone. She's gone. OMG kitty. Yeah, I know. Silly cutie patootie kitty. Yeah, she's so cute. One day. OMG, the Lord came in the chat. That's crazy. Oh, you guys are so funny. Yeah, it was really crazy. Did Jesus ever tell us if he like, no, we asked Jesus if, like how he felt about witches or if he like believes in witches, right? And he said he didn't know any. Sorry, that was the ice. And then I said, I'm one. And then we never got a response from Jesus. I don't remember. I actually don't remember. Would love to have them if you have Discord. My Discord is Dan Boehnerbaum. I love that name. Thank you, Bubba. I appreciate it. I was gonna ask you.
What's up?
First, thank you for the water, but I was gonna ask you if maybe you wanted to open the thing on live with me?
Okay, now?
Do you want to?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want to sit right here? Classic Jesus.
Where's your thing?
It's right there in front of my desk, yeah. So, guess what came in the mail, you guys? Hold on. Nayala, be nice.
Your thing's on it.
Oh.
Just cover everything.
Yeah. Hold on, I gotta cover my address. Can't see this. Can't see this. Let me just show you. Hi. Hey, hi, hello. This came in the mail. Okay. Yeah, this is crazy. Do you understand what this is? Am I allowed to have what? Just bring me scissors. Probably, yeah, but I don't want to risk that. Not a new microphone. Do you guys know what this is? Yeah, this is crazy, actually. This is what we call the goods. Okay. Yeah, I closed it. So, we're just gonna keep it off camera because my address is on it. It's ridiculous. But we're gonna open this right now. Hold on. Thank you guys for subscribing, because I couldn't. Wow, you be so careful. Hold on. Let me scoot over.
It's okay. It's okay, it's okay.
No, I'm not properly sitting anyway. Okay. Let's do our best here, because
Just run it.
Pause for dramatic effect, my friends.
Damage your box.
I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Ready, guys? I'm not Delulu. Is it what I think it is? Yeah, it is what you think it is. I can't believe it's what we think it is either. Hold on. Yeah, thank you. Okay. I'm trying not to show it. You ready? I can't believe this is happening. Thank you. Thank you, babe. I appreciate you. So this is all because of you guys.
Wow.
Holy crap. This is the play button, my friends. Should we read it aloud? Should we read it aloud? Let's read it aloud. It says, my friend.
Wait. Read the card first.
I don't think.
Bruh, come on.
Oh, okay. It says, congratulations on your subscriber milestone. We are honored to take part in recognizing your achievement and want your experience to be exceptional. This award was inspected and packaged with great care by Rick. If your award was damaged during shipping, or if you have any questions, please contact contact us at our email. All right, so here is the little letter. Let's see what it says. Do you remember your first subscriber, your 100th, your 1,000th subscriber? Chances are you do. And we know that you'll definitely remember your 100,000th subscriber. Your fans may have found you while searching YouTube, learned about you through a friend, or maybe you showed up as a recommended video. No matter how they came to your channel, your audience stayed and their numbers increased because of you and the community you built. We built this together, guys. Come on. And we're proud to honor your impressive milestone of reaching 100,000 subscribers with the Silver Creator Award. Congratulations! Oh my gosh! We know that you have many more stories to share with your community. You know it. And we know your fans can't wait for you to amaze them even more with your commitment and creativity. This is so cute. So keep creating, keep building. We can't wait to see what you'll do next. And we're here to support you along the way. And who knows, when you reach your 1,000,000th subscriber, we may just write you and ask, do you remember your 100,000th subscriber? Oh, they're taunting me now, guys. You're sincerely Neil Mohan, YouTube CEO. Holy crap, it's official, guys. This is the award with my holy, like, super glare on it. Thank you. And it's spelled right, for once. For once. It's spelled right. Do you see? Azura Dragon Feather. Correctly spelled. Yay! We are gonna hang these up in the living room?
Yeah.
Should we do that now?
Right this second?
Like today?
Today, yeah.
Yeah? That's exciting. So yeah, because he has his too. It's pretty exciting. But I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for subscribing. I literally would not have this in my lap without you guys. This was a dream of mine since I was a little girl, and you guys made it come true. So thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. The cat, where's the cat? The cat probably found a hiding hole in my room.
She's definitely in a hole now.
Maybe shake the bag of treats.
It's okay, she'll find
To manifest the cat. Mom and Ali, when did you get it? I actually got it quite a few weeks ago, but I think it kind of felt a little unreal to like have that. Like, what? So, it just took me a while to kind of like finally, you know, do the thing, I guess. You know, still you. Dude, hello. Thank you so much for the congratulations. I appreciate you guys. It's so amazing. Like, you guys are so awesome. But I seriously, like, couldn't do without you guys, you know? Been keeping secrets. Garland Barker. If you follow me on, what's it called? Instagram, I've posted about it a little bit. So, me over here with 158 followers. OMG. But hey, you never know. You never know. Oop, gotta get some work done. I will be back though. Love the community. I would wholeheartedly recommend making a Discord though, so the community can grow more, especially after reaching 100k subs. Tad Baderbaum, you are genius, Bobenius, aren't you? So thank you very much for your encouragement to just cut to the chase and get the Discord done. That will be the reward, I guess. That will be the prioritized gift, I guess, for all of us for 100k subscribers, plus the revival of the Hatchling clan, because come on. But yeah, Discord circle, virtual rituals. I mean, if I'm gonna do virtual rituals, I will definitely have to consult the almighty Pickle Chips for that one. But we don't know about that. If anyone else wants those frequencies, let me know. I'll share. Karina, I will definitely be hitting you up about that on Instagram, because that sounds insane. I think we all need that in our lives, to be honest. But for sure, my friends, rah, congrats on 100k. Thank you so much, Sophia. I couldn't do it without you. Stay safe, everyone. Yeah, you too. See you soon. I'm sorry I gotta go too. I haven't slept since yesterday, that's fair. And I'm hanging by a thread, and Mocha, oh my gosh, I found the cat. Dill, help! Help, shake the tree back! Naila, please don't ruin it. Sorry, my cat distracted me. She's just doing things she shouldn't. Oh. She's really doing things she shouldn't. Now she's out. Do you want to say hi? Want to say hi? Look at it. It's a small cat. Want to say hi to live, Miss? Very small. Very small, Miss. But yeah. No, that's cool. It's raining, so my power may go out. Oh my gosh. Well, be careful. Have a good one, silly kitty. My brother gets into Assassin's Creed. If you say that, you can't leave. We're talking about Assassin's Creed. Breathe. That's how it works. All right. Oh, look who's coming to say hello. She's trying to go under the bed, honestly, because she's a little shithead. But she's gonna come hang out with us just for a little bit, maybe. You wanna come hang out, Miss? Yeah. Say hello. She looks very wild. She was adopted from a shelter. It was really crazy. She was an auction adoption. I think it felt like slavery a little bit. It was a little weird, a little strange. I didn't know that was allowed at adoption places. Yeah, I know. It was very strange. Very strange. Oh, she's so cute. I love this one. Who will you elect? Who do you think? Who do you think I'll vote for? I'm curious. I'm more curious to see who you'll think I'll vote for rather than who I will vote for. I'm more interested to see who you think I'll vote for than telling you, right? She's so cute. I know. I just love this thing. She's so adorable. The little tail. Oh, I know. If you think I'm voting for Trump, you're funny. Can you please leave, miss? Please don't eat my things. Bubba, can you shake the treats, please? Can you shake the treat bag? Thank you, love. Sorry, my cat's kind of the little tail. Yeah, she's so cute. We need more witchy writers. I want to see magical novels. Study the Red. I'm working on it. I literally... To name a few, I have stacks on stacks over there. I don't vote. Rah! Thank you, Bubba. Alex Turnbull knows me. If you know me, then you know me. And I'm not mainstream, except when it's music. It's funny. I really find it funny. You know, I honestly don't agree with the things Trump did, but shooting? That's insane. What I will say is Trump is better than who they would replace him with. The real ones know who I'm talking about. I gotta watch what I say on the internet. Bum-ba-dum-ba-da-dum. I gotta watch what I say on the internet. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Okay, my charger is not long enough to reach my phone by like 2 seconds, and it's making me very sad. I think I'm gonna have to bring my camera down. Hold on. I have to like figure out. Please go down. Oh, that was scary. Let's see. Do you still have some of the Book of Shadows you used to make? Of course I do. I still make them. Ideally, I want to sell them again. Oh, we're so close. Hold on. This is so... The truth is that now my tripod is balanced on 2 legs. We have a really just bruck up situation over here. So we're praying that my setup doesn't fall because it's just living on a prayer. Trump in his, right now singing Many Men by 50 Cent. God bless him. You guys are crazy. Do you still have some of the Book of Shadows you used to? I really already answered that question verbatim. That reminds me, I made an Azure dragon in my book who was once a persecuted witch and got reincarnated from a dragonade to give sass. That's so cute. Said either read. I love you. A bipod. A bipod. Look at Marv. That shouldn't be that funny, but it is. Bro, do you even bipod? Do you even bipod? I don't think so. Because I don't think you do, sir. I don't think you do. Not the way I do. Cannot. I love you. That's funny. Your username made that comment funny. Thank you for leaving that. But yeah, I'm just gonna sip on this. I'm forever reminded by Sophia to hydrate myself. Forever. I know you'll probably say no, but are you into WWE? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's wrestling, right? Can you refresh my memory? Is that the women's wrestling? MMA is mixed martial arts. WWE. If I had my phone, I could Google it. World Wrestling Entertainment. I actually, fun fact, went to high school with one of the wrestlers who's in the women's wrestling. Her name is Faith, and she like has like the persona of a lioness. We were homies in high school. I love her in wrestling. That is my only connection to wrestling. She's the only one I care about in that world. Like, otherwise I don't really watch it unless like her content comes up on my feed, right? Like, and I support the girl, you know what I mean? Like, you know, but like, my family's really into the wrestling stuff. But yeah, do you believe in nonlinear time? For example, that Cleopatra could pray or meditate and connect to us right now, and we to her while she's in her prime. Seti the Red. It's so crazy that you even dropped that in the chat right now, because this is something that I've literally been thinking about the last couple days, that I've been like kind of like trying to grasp the concept with pickle chips, because like I think that like makes sense, because like pickle chips is the celestial dragon that I work with, and pickle chips is the one who reminds me that like pickle chips can see like past, present, and future all happening right now, which is why certain things pickle chips won't tell me, because it's like in violation of like the law, like time law, if that makes sense, or like tense law, or like universal law. That's probably more accurate. But basically, like, pickle chip says, how deep can you go with the we are all connected theory? And that's really where it brought me, is to like, wait a minute, if like all we have is now, and like parallel realities are kind of a thing, and like all of it's interconnected, and if time is like basically essentially around, like time and thought is kind of like fourth dimension, maybe, you know, roughly, or something like that, like we have to rework the way we perceive time, you know what I mean? Like, time isn't linear at all if you really think about it, which is why like if I can just close my eyes and I can see a memory in my eyes, technically I'm visiting the past in the quantum realm of my mind, right? I could scientifically argue that, correct? Like, so I think I don't know. I really don't know. I think that's one that I'm not too familiar. It's an idea that I've really just been like kind of cracking open, and I wouldn't really even bring it up unless you guys like literally asked me. That's the only reason why I'm talking about it, is because you asked, Seti. So fucking amazing question. Love that. I think my power's done. Have a good one. Well, if your family is into wrestling, if you want to make them laugh next time you visit before you leave, don't say bye. Say until we ye again. No, that was not a typo. I meant to say ye. That's so funny. Like what if we are guides they see in dreams? Seti, that's crazy. It's very possible. I want to connect with Cleopatra Loki so bad, but I don't know if we can. Yeah, I don't know either, Sophia, but I think we live in a world of possibilities. Bro, I've been wondering too. I mean, honestly, same. I just finished the last Earthsea book, The Other Wind, and I was like, oh, this would really resonate with a lot of dragon witches. If anyone's read that Earthsea, I think I actually. Why does that ring a bell? The Other Wind. I don't know why that resonates so much, but it does. It really does, my friends. Hello again. Hey, hi, hello. Welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. What am I doing? Gotta go. I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye. Yeah, I would love to get some sleep. But even if I were to get off live right now and like go take off my makeup, like I just don't feel like it's gonna happen. I found my phone. Yeah, it's like almost, how is it almost noon? I've been on this live for way too long. Like that's insane to me. Like that's actually insane to me. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I don't know if I'm ready to go yet, so we're still kicking it, but wow, it's been a while. If pop culture gods work, I don't see why not. If we should give it a go, yeah. I mean, if you feel called to do it, I'm the person who's like, you might as well follow your heart. What else are you gonna do with your time? Like, what? It's a movie too. What's a movie? Did I miss something? The Earthsea? Is that what you're talking about, Violet Maze? When I wish I lived in ancient Greece, but I had no right then. Like, I don't know why, but I think it's gonna be so beautiful, and with all the Hellenic religion and smart-ass people like Plato. Yeah, we tend to romanticize the past, Sophia, so don't get too caught up in that. It's better we romanticize the life we have now. The last book has a plot line of dragons leaving the physical world and traveling into a spiritual one, and humans and dragons once being the same species. Interesting, Lucas Morrow. Earthsea. Are you serious right now? For real? Do you want to pay $1,000? Then you can see the feet. Do you understand? Otherwise, that's not what we do here, okay? But yeah, so I have really, truly, just over the course of my practice, would not be where I am today. You know, like, part of the reason why I'm here where I am on my YouTube channel is because of my practice. And like, I wouldn't have like a YouTube play button if it wasn't for magic being real. So if you ever needed proof that magic is real, like, I literally manifested this. Okay, I'm taking it out of the bag so you can't see my address, but it's very in there. You know what I mean? Here, like, I literally, all I did was talk about witchcraft. All I did was talk about, hey, maybe magic is real, let's figure it out together. All I did was discover that with you guys, and you guys chose to be along the journey, and now this is in my hands. If you ever needed physical proof that magic is real, there is a YouTube play button with Azura Dragonfeather's name on it, and this shit would not have existed if we didn't discover magic together. So that will be my argument anytime I go and visit the podcast bros. If I ever decide to if I ever decide to wake up and choose violence hard and core enough, you'll find me on the podcasts one day. I don't know. Do your dragons ever advise you in your cooking? Yeah, they tell me to stop cooking, actually, oddly enough. They want me to not eat cooked foods and not eat like cold foods, but eat raw foods, and eat according to my cycle, because they say most of my pain with my periods could potentially be alleviated in tandem with, like, you know, just removing as many of the toxins out of my environment as possible and working out. Lucifer and Belial are the red and black dragons. I could see that. That makes a lot of sense. Franklin Levers, welcome to your daily dose of dragon feather. Where do you think Lilith would fit into that equation? I'm waiting. Thank you. Is she the purple dragon? Because I would be willing to argue she's the red dragon. Violet Maze, I've only seen the anime version on HBO Max. Interesting. I have to go check out this movie. There was a live action done on the Sci-Fi Channel. Oh my goodness. There's some deep lore in this Earth. What was it? Earthsea? Interesting. I've heard the Earthsea movies are super whitewashed though. Alex Turnbull, I'm not surprised. How's Raw working out? I am not Raw currently. Part of the daily dose of dragon feather is to basically show you guys what my dragon guardians like show me how to do in the daily today of my life, and take action on that, and then you'll see the progress of how I change over time. She is a scale on the one dragon. Franklin Levers, that sounds misogynistic. Cat confirmation in the background. Thank you. I will start a new hobby, making bracelets and necklaces. Oh, that sounds so much fun, Sophia. I would love to do the same. Say hi to Fafnir, Grail, Cyrus, and Alexander Tralstum, of course. But yeah. No, dude, there's so many different perspectives when it comes to working with dragons, and all I have to say is that, like, people who claim that, like, dragons are one way or one thing is certainly a dragon are certainly mistaken, is what my dragon guardians tell me. Like, they're hard to explain because they're just out of our understanding, yet they're everything we understand them to be and more. Like, dragons create us as much as we create dragons in a way, you know? So the whole, like, dragons leaving the earth, the physical realm, for a spiritual realm, and us pretty much being the same kind of checks out in a way. But anyway, oh no, I just realized you remind me of someone I really don't like. That's bad, but it's whatever. Oh, well, I hope that maybe it could be in a way to make good memories where there used to be bad memories, because my boyfriend sometimes will remind me of some people in my past in, like, a mannerisms way. It's not like anything that, like, it's weird. It's just like a behavioral, like I don't know how to describe it, but, like, sometimes it's weird, but, like, sometimes he also takes me to places that, like, I've been before and have bad memories, and it's hard for me, like, really triggering. But he always says, he's like, it's a time to replace the bad memories with good memories. So hopefully that's what we can do. Drop a shocking truths about dragons nobody tells you live one day. Get gritty. I'll bring popcorn and super chat. Seti the Red. I love that idea. That's a really good one. Before I dipped off the internet, actually, I'll find it in one of my journals, but I detailed a video about the, like, misconceptions about dragons, basically, and, like, what was, like, you know, like, what was, like, just common tropes of, like, dragons, and what was, like, kind of, like, accurate and not accurate, if you will. And I was basically, like, doing a deep dive through all of, like, the different creators that I could find and all the different sources on dragons and all of the different historical material that I could find that were pretty, like, accurate or relevant. Like, I was really trying my best to make it, like, a really good video. And I still have like all of my notes on it. So, did you watch Inside Out too? I've never seen either of those movies. I really am quite particular with some of the movies that I watch simply because of like time, propaganda, just certain things. But do you recommend it? Do you? Perhaps? Oh yeah, I already read that. Do you listen to Eminem? Yes, it's true. It's true. I will probably drop actual bars in my songs because I'm so inspired by Eminem and Tupac and some other rappers as well. But I believe that there are masculine and feminine aspects in most spirits. Fair, Franklin, I'll give you that one. Before you go, what do you think about chaos dragons' specific roles in protecting that which is held dear? You mentioned that is their thing. Of course. Sometimes the most efficient way to protect what is precious is to destroy what's the threat. Boom. Like that. What? Wait, what's wrong? Recommended 100%. Have you heard Kim by Eminem? I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, no, I actually really love to rap. I know that might be kind of wild, but I actually did drop a cover of, what's it called? I did drop a cover of a Childish Gambino song on this channel a long time ago with one of my exes and one of my other friends. I forget what it was called. It wasn't Sweatpants. It wasn't off that album. It was a different one. It was like, I wanted you to know that I am ready to go. Heartbeat, that was the name of the song. That one. I'm just like doing that. It's very satisfying for my brain. So I hope that's okay. You should listen to it, but it might be a trigger warning. Oh, yeah? I mean, a lot of Eminem's music is a trigger warning, so appreciate you. Cheers and enjoy your rest. Oh, thanks, Teddy the Red. Cheers to you too. Oh man, I'm like leaning too far out of the camera now. Yeah, my phone is just like so plugged in. I'm probably gonna have to go pretty soon, honestly. Just cause like it is noon. How is it noon already? I can't even believe that. That's ridiculous. How long have I been on this live? I don't even know how long 240 minutes is. Right off the top of my head. Oh my god. But as Beelphegor, Baal, and Beelzebub are aspects of Belial and are scales on the Black Dragon. Interesting. Where are your resources coming from? Because I am curious. Yeah, but this one is different. Interesting. I hear you. Sounds good. Thanks for the heads up, though. I appreciate it. I will say that I am loving the idea of I think I'll do, hot takes with pickle chips for that dragon video. I might not title it that because the algorithm doesn't understand pickle chips is a meme just yet. So, I mean, we know pickle chips is iconic, but pickle chips means dragon. The algorithm doesn't know this yet, so I'll have it like in the thumbnail instead, and like the video will be titled something about dragons. You have read Mark Allen Smith. Have you read Mark Allen Smith? Oh, that sounds familiar. Rock on. She is still on YouTube. You rock. Oh, hey, Robert. Thank you for joining. It's one of my... welcome back to your daily dose of Dragon Feather. That's required. Thank you. It's one of my favorites, but it's just this specific song. It's kind of dark. Interesting. Yeah, you know, I really love music. Speaking of music, I actually think I'm going to go see if the studio's available so I can go pop in. Though, thank you for the conversation and being so kind. Of course, Franklin. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate your time. Maybe if you're interested, subscribe for more dragons, more magic, more music, and more shenanigans, because that's what we do here on the channel. So, actually, with that, I think I'm going to head out. But before I do, I'm feeling called to share some wisdom from The Book of Pickle Chips, apparently. That's what we're calling this. Okay. So this one says, master the art of alchemy immediately. Immediately. Okay? Shape-shifting. The only constant is change. Therefore, to stay in one form for too long, it is unnatural. The body is only meant to be still in rest in death, truly. But in life, we are meant to be moving and animated in an animated fashion. A body in motion stays in motion, but a body at rest stays at rest. The point of life, playing the earth game, is to evolve, adapt, and change in the process. Transmutation. Turn lead into gold, hate into love, low into highs. There is always an option to change it, or you, or your life at any moment in time. The choice is yours. By any means necessary, transmute the parts of life you don't like into moments that are to help you grow as much as you possibly can. And with that being said, I hope you enjoyed some wisdom from Pickle Chips. To end this video, we will catch you later. Alligator, I guess. I don't know why that came out. But I hope you guys learned something about a spiritual practice today and how it's a lot more than just aesthetics and video titles and clickable thumbnails and perfect altars and labels of what kind of witch you are and what kinds of gods or goddesses you need to work with. Like, you don't need the tools, you don't need the crystals, you don't need, you know, the identity just yet. You just need the curiosity. You know, you just need you. You are the magic, and you have all the time right now in this moment to discover the magic within. So with that being said, until next time, stay geeky, cheeky, freaky. Geeky, cheeky, freaky. Hold on. But until next time, stay geeky, cheeky, and freaky little hatchlings. Oh my gosh. Can't believe we did this together, you guys. You're absolutely amazing. But until next time, I love you guys so much. And blessed be little hatchlings, and bye.